fucking thing. All you missed was me cursing and not being able to get this picture to show up. So yeah, no, the cat was fine. No, the cat was fine. This is the sight that greeted me when I left the bedroom one morning. She was just... she was just staring at me. It was very scary. She was like, "Where the fuck's my breakfast?" Local cryptid demands food. Anyway, hello everyone. It's showtime. Hi, Clip the Jester, Shark, Big Bear's Cave. Hi, hello everyone. So yes, we missed Wednesday's stream because I was looking after that tiny creature. That's all done now. So I figured we may as well have a Friday stream. Why not? And let's read some Sega Magazine. So let me just get my notes out from last time. Fortunately, this issue is a bit shorter, so we won't be here for like 5 hours or whatever. But Sega Magazine was sort of in between Mean Machine Sega and official Sega Saturn magazine. Although Mean Machines ran concurrently with this magazine, which apparently ate into their sales, which I'm sure they didn't appreciate. More on Sega Mean Machines Sega over here. So yeah, this is the... Oh, is Mega Droid here? Oh, thank goodness. He can stand there. That seems like a good spot for him. Actually, wait, no, we'll move him down a little. Where is... There we go. Yeah, he can sit there with me. Oh, no! I'm sure they'll grow up to be fine cats, though. So, let me just adjust a couple of things here. So, move this. Close that. And we... Oh, close this as well. That doesn't need to be open. And here we go. So this is issue 2, February 1994, £2.25, covering... is my... Can you see the cursor? I can't remember if that's switched on or not, because that can be quite helpful. Capture cursor. Okay, that's good enough. So yes, we have Mega Drive, Mega CD, Master System, and Game Gear. Everyone is here. Oh, but look who the cover star is. You heard of this? You heard of this Sonic the Hedgehog? The third one? It's gonna be big. Exclusive. Sega's latest console inside. Ooh, what could it be? So I think I've... No, wrong button. There we go. I think I've fixed it so that, like... This should keep the double pages properly this time. I think I figured the tech out. So, I think we saw this one last time. This is included in the Cowabunga collection with almost all the other boxes blacked out. And weirdly, Rocket Knight Adventures is cut off. There's supposed to be a T there. What? Oh, wait, no, that... No, to be fair, that's where the seam in the magazine is. I understand now. There's a third Sonic. It's Tails and some blue guy. Hello, Straw Bros. Yeah. Sparks to the Rocket Nay. The Rocket Nay. There we go. It has obviously had a lot of attention paid to every aspect of its production. It's superb. Very impressive. A top-class product with attention to detail second to none. Amazing. Rocket Knight Adventures is possibly the best game on the Mega Drive ever. Yes. Good, clean amphibian fun. Notice it's hero and not ninja, of course. Turtles really is a visually stunning game. And they don't say anything else about it. Okay, this one's funny. Hang on. The ellipses here are doing a lot of work. A fast-paced platform game that is similar to Sonic, but... ... better fun. I wonder what was between but and better fun there. How many paragraphs? That is the question. Similar to Sonic, but better fun. Shopkeep, give me your finest platformer. Hello, Deacon Theed. But so yeah, we've got like 110 pages compared to 126 last time, so this is a little shorter. The seams are not doing Sonic any favors here, though. He's a little squashed up. So we got like this is a pretty stacked set of reviews. We got Sonic 3, Castlevania: The New Generation, Dragon's Revenge, McDonald's Treasure Land, Lost Vikings, and Winter Olympics. Yes! There was a Mega CD version of Rage in a Cage? Okay. No Game Gear stuff this month though. We got some previews. We got a feature on cartoon games, and we got news and shit. Let's take a look here. Here it is, the most exciting game we've seen in a long while, perhaps all year. Read the in-depth showcase on page 41. Oh, don't worry, all you missed was me fucking things up as usual. Hello, Jiggy. Yeah, it is a bit weird, isn't it? Hold on. Oh, fuck this up. Oh my god. Ah. No, there we go. Yeah, Tiny Toon Adventures got the highest ratings. That's very odd. a point even above Rocket Knight. It's fucked up. Okay, so let's take a look at what we got here. So, it's a scary scene from the new Mega CD title they call Dracula Unleashed, reviewed in full on page 97. This lovely looking piece of kit is called the Multi-Mega. It's dead sexy and exciting, and you can read about it on page 69. Nice! They did that on purpose. SEGA Magazine is proud to unveil the latest chapter in the awesome saga that is the Sonic the Hedgehog range of games. That's very corporate speak, isn't it? Our range of titles. Everything you need to know about this stunning game is contained in these pages. Everything you've ever wanted to know about cartoon games on the Mega Drive, courtesy of the volumes of gaming knowledge contained in Jazz Rignall's brain. Jazz Rignall, known for Mean Machines, Nintendo Magazine System, recently hired as ININ's social media manager. Good luck with that. 3 games count as a range, true. Peripheral Vision, ooh, that'll be fun. If you're hankering for some hardware add-ons for your Sega system, we highly recommend perusal of this excellent 4-page feature. Castlevania. Konami's latest offering is well up to their usual excellent standards. We have all the info right here. Portable multimedia. Meet the Multi-Mega. It's a Mega Drive. It's a Mega CD. It's a CD player, and it's portable. Asterisk. A significant advance in multimedia. Sega Magazine has the exclusive report. Dracula Unleashed. A piece of CD software of horrific standing, but don't worry, the only truly terrifying thing about this game is the acting. Haha. Investigate this full motion video title more closely in this action-packed showcase. But is it a creature of chaos? True. We don't know yet. Nope, hang on. Wait. Nope. I fucked this up. How do I... Hold on. Okay. Welcome to the amazing second issue of Sega Magazine, the only magazine with a complete review of the somewhat stunning Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Are we great or what? Also in this issue, we bring you the exclusive stories on all the new Mega CD games coming up early in '94. Smart, eh? But the fun doesn't end there. We've got a hold of a new version of Virtual Racing, which looks even more amazing than last month's. But best of all, we exclusive... Oh my god. I've just realised. The promise of Sega's new system. It's not the Saturn, it's the Multi-Mega. We exclusively reveal Sega's best kept secret, the fantastic Multi-Mega. It's a Mega Drive, Mega CD and portable CD in one. However, I would like to thank all of you who wrote and indeed phoned in to congratulate us on the mag. We fully intend to go from strength to strength, and we're sure you'll be wowed by the list of exclusives we've got lined up for you. In the short term, look out for our totally exclusive virtual racing review next month, as well as an in-depth report from the Las Vegas CES show, which should promise to yield volumes of intriguing info. Stay tuned. Yeah. Important announcement, Julian Rignall channel. And it's got like chibi artwork of him on a white background. Bye Jazz. Yeah, Jazz is graduating from HoloLive UK. Yeah, 94 would have been a bit too early. So here's the editorial staff. We might as well read Julian Rignall first, because he's not going to be here long. Jazz has been working hard over the last month, although sadly not at the SEGA Magazine offices. Anyone who can put that much effort into skiving off really does deserve some respect. And as for his latest excuse, I'm moving to America next week, so I'm never coming in ever again. Well, let's be honest, you'd have to be a right moron to fall for something like that. I want a note from his doctor the minute he walks back in this door. Bye, Jazz. This month, the software industry was rocked by the shock news that SEGA Magazine's managing editor, Julian Rignall, was leaving the incredibly amazing EMAP images with its super deluxe state-of-the-art office environment and non-stop hilarity to join the American division of Virgin Interactive Entertainment. Oh my god, he does! Richard Ledbetter has such immaculate grumpy old man vibes that I refuse to believe he was this young even for 30 years ago. True. Jazz has worked on some of the most successful computer console magazines of all time. He has worked on Mag Market Leaders since 1984, having lent his skills to the likes of Crash and the groundbreaking Zap 64 before moving to EMAP, where he revitalized computer and video game magazines and launched the now legendary Mean Machines, Megatech. We may as well read the rest of this. Nintendo Magazine System, and of course, Sega Magazine. In his new position at Virgin, Jazz will be looking after their games. What does that mean? Huh? What does... Need to find an artist who can match HoloLive's vibe so I can commission them to draw VTuber Jazz Rignall. In his new position at looking after their games. Do they... You know what, it's fine, I won't think about it. Applying his years of games criticism into making their games significantly smarter than they are now. So there should be no more of Global Gladiators is too easy complaints that some people have levelled. In return, Jazz gets to live in an utterly enormous house, live the life of the rather sinister-sounding Riley, and generally have a good time mucking about in California. However, don't think you've seen the last of the man, Jazz. He's going to contribute regularly to Sega Magazine in the form of super in-depth reports from the States, sending his words of wisdom down the modem into our high-tech world communication system. Expect to see all manner of exclusives and utterly amazing information straight from the stateside HQs of some of the top companies in the business associated with Sega. So it's not all doom and gloom. So all the best to Jazz in his new job, the jammy so-and-so. Let's go back to Richard Ledbetter. He does have grumpy old man vibes. Richard has had a terrible time this month. Oh, the endless social whirl of being wined and dined by various software companies. Oh god. And star-studded celebrity parties has taken its toll on our top man. God, you just don't know what the hell he's been through. The constant weeks of free food, drink, entertainment and toe massages are more than any lesser man could stand. Richard Ledbetter, king of the swingers, we salute you on your cast iron stomach. I get that it's a joke, but maybe they shouldn't be doing that when people have already been asking, you know, this is an official Sega magazine, is it going to be biased? Rich's top 5 surround sounds. Eh? Rich is a bit of a techno fiend, devouring every new innovation money can buy. One of his proudest achievements was integrating his Mega Drive, Mega CD, PC, VCR, TV, and Hi-Fi into his surround sound unit. After much testing, these are the top 5 games to use with this technology. Streets of Rage 2. Yuzo Koshiro does some of the best music on the Mega Drive, and Streets of Rage 2 is utterly amazing. Pump the bass up to maximum. FIFA Soccer. Well, if you've bought this game, you'll know that the sound is totally brilliant, boosting that atmosphere no end. The music is good as well, which always helps. They imported their proofreaders from GameEst. Conflict of interest in the gaming industry? Oh dear. Oh, hi Cac. All you missed was me fucking up my mic. Yes, I know. Echo the Dolphin CD. Yes, I know it's got stereo surround sound thanks to the wonders of Q-Sound, but give this the 4 or even 6 speaker treatment and prepare yourself for ultimate weirdness. Oh shit. Gauntlet 4, this guy knows what the fuck is up. Some reviewers have been giving this game a bit of stick, saying this is just a conversion of the coin-op. No! As well as 3 bonus game variations, the creators have added in some utterly fantastic music, which sounds even better through the old surround system. Buy this game. Sonic CD. I think that the music in Sonic CD is simply amazing, but listening to it through your TV speaker is a criminal waste. Get it connected to the hi-fi, or better still, surround system, then prepare to be amazed. Translator's note. Sonic CD in Europe used the Japanese soundtrack, in case you didn't know. Surround sound systems are expensive, but worth the cash. I wonder if Curry's was paying them off. For surround sound on a budget, check out the Akai VSA1100 without speakers. It's a top-of-the-range vid with built-in Dolby surround sound. Shop around and you should be able to get one for around £500. Oh. bit rich for me, that's fine. For extra speakers, I highly recommend JPW mini monitors from Richer Sounds, £60 a pair. Of course, a decent hi-fi is also essential. Yeah, 500 quid in 1994 money. Rich, I'm 11, what's a hi-fi? I would never give a review for a payment. Now, if you'll excuse me, the devs of Crisscross Make My Video have invited me to a 5 Michelin star restaurant. They would never. Rad's top 5 Christmas. Let's read Rad's bio first. Radeon Automatic. With everyone out of the office, it felt to Rad to do all the work this issue. As if. Catch Rad doing anything useful and it's a miracle. No, he just waited until everyone was out of the office and got his nephew in on work experience and made him write it all. Then he just went through the text to make sure there were no mistakes in the issue. Oh, you don't get to say that! There's been 5 typos already. You don't get to say that. Anyway, Rad's top 5 Christmas presents. Charles Manson t-shirt. It's got my favourite picture of Charles Manson looking really scary on it, plus an amusing caption running down the side reading, "He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy." Essential serial killer merchandise. Plastic the Fly. This is a model of the eponymous fly from the old film of the same name. It may be rather unconvincingly modelled. It may have a bit of a dodgy paint job. In fact, it does indeed have both these qualities. But it's still smart. What if those other typos are part of the joke, but you didn't think of that? They're not a typo, they're a feature. Can't believe Sega Magazine predicted true crime podcasts. Jurassic Park Wind Wall. Huh? What? What the fuck is a wind ball? It's a hollow... What? It's a hollow... Okay, so... Lolly can mean like ice cream, like on a stick? Maybe that's what they're referring... I don't fucking know. with a sort of pipe thing that you attach to the end, with a basket and a dinosaur. The idea is you blow through the confection, and a little ball flies out of the basket. Oh, I see what it is. Okay, yeah, they do mean ice cream. It doesn't really work unless someone else has a wind ball thing to catch it in, though. It just falls on the floor. Who bought you this stuff? Is everything okay? Roadrunner Pez dispenser. It's your average Pez dispenser, a square plastic tube thing with feet on the bottom, but at the top it's got a really good Roadrunner head you have to flip back and the Pez comes out of his throat so he can pretend he's possessed. Translator's note, what the fuck is he on about? Confusing dinosaur thing. It's a little plastic tube full of purple water, and there's this piece of plastic like you should blow bubbles through, and on the top there's a smiley dinosaur you can take on and off. But that's all it does. You can't actually blow bubbles with it or anything. It's You're confused! SEGA Magazine is an official license. However, the views expressed in this magazine are not necessarily those of the publishers or of SEGA. So you don't sign off on the Charlie Manson t-shirt. Got it. Inane filler. Jazz has now left on a jet plane and still doesn't know when he's coming back. Understood. I can eventually get this to work. Fuck me. Ah, wait, no, I got it. There we go. Fixed it. Editor's note. Confusing dinosaur thing was released in the States as Radical Rex. Oh my... Oh, are we talking... Oh, hold on. Look out for cliffhanger on the Mega CD. It's shaping up to be right tasty, are they say in some parts. Based on the smash Sly Stallone movie, you are Gabe, a muscle man type who is into climbing mountains, hanging tough and generally being hard. Tough. That's what that means. The Mega CD version is split into two distinct sections. There's the basic kart game, scrolling beat 'em up, which isn't that much cop. Come on, you gotta sell this. Plus extra CD-only stages that make excellent use of the scaling and rotational facilities of the Mega CD. As you can see from the screenshots, Cliffhanger is looking rather good. The CD-only sections are, we can report, utterly excellent. In one section, you guide Gabe down the mountain desperately trying to outrun an avalanche. They know that that's in there because that's the only part people get to and they can't beat it. Sony Image Stuff have added oodles of atmosphere by including plenty of full motion video lifted straight from the spectacular movie and included the movie's original film soundtrack, which is superb. Cliffhanger CD is looking quite promising. Look out for more coverage rather soon. Ooh. How do I... Hold on, there's a button I can press to... There we go, that's the button. Let's see, what else we got here? Oh shit! Guess what didn't get released in the UK on Mega CD? Yeah, there's... Was it this? No, I think it's like the next issue. It's either this one or the next one. Actually mentions that like not all the games that we cover will necessarily come out in the UK, which is pretty funny. Okay, Wimbledon, we can skip that. Probably. Tennis All-Stars is part of Codemasters' big lineup for the new year. Those wily chaps may have been a bit quiet recently, but they're certainly looking to make up for 93's Codemasters deficit with stacks of new titles to be released in the very near future. Hooray for the Codemasters, that's all I can say. What? Why? What is there to reboot? Why is there... Okay, whatever, it's fine. Also, yeah, Psycho Pinball. Where is Psycho Pinball? So you reckon you're a bit of a cutting-edge techno ninja, do you? Well, the London School of Economics and Politics have just the ticket for you. From the 5th to 7th of January, they're hosting the 1994 Emerging Technology Showcase, where all sorts of top computer technology personages will be rapping about the future of electronics. If you're interested, you can ring them on Don't Phone This number for more information. There's nothing about games, though. So, our top games, the top 10 is pretty predictable. FIFA Soccer, Aladdin, Sonic Spinball, Street Fighter 2, Sensible Soccer, Mortal Kombat, that fucking Domark F1 game, Jungle Strike, Micro Machines, and Sonic. Oh my god, does that mean... Oh, Sonic Spinball beat Sonic 2 at some point in its life? Oh yeah, there it is. There's Psycho Pinball. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold on. This is about this is about World League Soccer. What's Psycho Pinball doing there? It's fine. Here we are with another big space in which to speak forth concerning the Codemasters and their new Mega Drive plans. Why don't you just read the news text, eh? Eh? Was it like on the... No, it wasn't on like the next page. They just fucked up. Okay, that's fine. Blimey, they're busy chaps up in Core's Derby offices. Next up is Skeleton Crew, spelled wrong, an isometric blaster where the player guides a huge gun-toasting robot around a series of alien-filled mazes. All the usual power-ups and hazards stand between the player and an as-of-yet undecided objective, and Core promises that Skeleton Crew will bring a new slant to the old age blasting theme. Only time will tell how it plays, but we'll keep an eye on this one, on your behalf. Core Design are fast shaping up to be one of the world's premier producers of fine quality software. Their new release is a follow-up to the successful Chuck Rock. This time, however, Core are concentrating on prehistoric racing. Like a certain other racing game on another system, this game features several characters, each with their own motor, each with their own racing attributes. The game is being released on Mega CD only. It came out on 32X as well. And like Thunderhawk, uses the Mega CD scaling and rotational hardware to create some phenomenal 3D racing. More news soon. Oh, we get a RoboCop reference here. Okay, with Soulstar already under development, Core Design's CD release plan continues production unabated. They just pump those games out like it's a factory. Are they are they really shaping up that way? I mean, they would sort of. They wouldn't live too long after their success, but eventually we'll get to that. We'll get to that if we ever do PlayStation magazines. Next up is futuristic blaster using the same game engine as Thunderhawk called Battle Core. Controlling one of 3 war dogs, you and your trusty Ed 209 style walker robot have been left to clear a number of planets of the alien menace currently running around unchecked. Armed with all manner of lasers and missiles, your aim is to regain control of each island by battle to the boss, which has hidden itself away. SEGA Magazine has had a very early peek at this impressive looking blaster and can report that it plays even faster than Thunderhawk. There's no release date as of yet, but we'll have a larger preview when there's a little more to see. Oh hey, check it out! Yes, Core Design were indeed very prolific on the Amiga, and also, like, they did a ton of shit on the Mega CD. And then they made this game called, what is it? Tomb something. Tomb Raider, I think? I don't think it really caught on, though. Anyway, here's Streets of Rage 3. Take a look at a few teaser shots of the forthcoming and exceptionally smart-looking Streets of Rage 3. The gameplay looks quite similar to the utterly amazing Streets of Rage 2, still a firm favourite with the team, but incorporates a whole new range of backdrops, meanies and special moves. The big news is that there's a new character, an old man called Dr. Zan who has a vast range of devastating attacks at his disposal. Axel Stone and Blaze Fielding make their triumphant return in this third outing. Zan replaces SOR2's massive muscle man Max. The game is shaping up to be exceptionally smart looking, you already said that. We'll be revealing more in the next couple issues of SEGA Magazine. By all indications, Streets of Rage 2 looks even better. Streets of Rage 3 looks even better than number 2. Ooh, can't wait. This is, I wonder... it's not a brick wall, it's a bunch of, cylinders instead, in this section. And I guess they added the Doctor in front of Dr. Zan's name. I think it's just Zan in the final game. Dr. Zan lost his license for the final version. Okay, so that's Wimbledon. Pure genius. Go and watch the Aladdin movie. It's dead brill. Not sponsored. The Aladdin mega media juggernaut rolls out with a new 3 Wishes promotion, sweeping the nation. SEGA, in association with both the UCI Cinemas and the mighty promotion kings Coca-Cola, Promotion Kings, are offering a multimedia Aladdin experience. Ooh. Go and see Aladdin in any UCI cinema and you get a crack at a whole bunch of merchandise. For starters, there's a special full-colour Aladdin paper cup with every medium Coke purchased. If paper cups just aren't your scene, man, then all you have to do is partake of the purchasement of a large Coke. Perform this feat, and a full-colour sturdy plastic take-home cup with free straw is yours, depicting Aladdin and his pals cavorting all around the outside. If this still isn't enough free gubbins for you, gubbins means like stuff, then you must be extremely greedy. Still, the promotion even cares for the gluttons in our society, and should you get any 2 cups, you're entitled to a free Aladdin game poster. SEGA have also set up special game units at selected cinemas, allowing you to ruin the plot for yourself by playing through the game before you go in and watch the film. How bleeding generous, eh? Thankfully, Sega Mag UK, I fucking love paper cups. Rise and shine, Dave Perry. Okay. Oh my god, how do I explain this? Snooker Loopy. Okay, so, translator's note, Snooker Loopy Boys Are We is a reference to Chaz and Dave's Snooker Loopy from 1986. Virgin's Big Break, Grow Up Editor. Virgin continue their plans for world domination. Isn't one of your guys going to work? Whatever. As they announce a Mega Drive conversion of their Amiga classic, Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker. Played across a smooth-scrolling 3D table, Snooker is the most realistic game of its type. The table can be viewed from virtually any angle, and when a shot is taken it can be viewed from either the ball being hit or from directly behind the white. Veteran game designer Archer McLean was responsible... I don't know, that's funny. He is the one responsible, he's the one to be blamed, for the original Amiga game, but it is believed that Virgin are handling the conversion in-house. They obviously aren't doing it very fast though, as is now to be seen at the Mo. That's short for moment. Okay, this game never came out. Hot on the heels of that irksome ovoid Dizzy. That's a smart word for egg. Codemasters are set to introduce yet another new cutesy character to the gaming world, Smartvark. As can be determined from his name, Smart is an aardvark, but one with a difference. Yes, in a career move which only the most twisted of minds could devise, Smart has chosen repairing TVs as his vocation in life. However, in yet another twist, Smart actually enters the TV he's out to service, taking on the assorted glitches and problems in a succession of film-themed worlds. Thus begins Codemaster's game, with the player controlling the young pachyderm, that's the genus of aardvarks, I think, as he sucks up baddies with his trunk in an attempt to rid 6 sets of the bugs infesting them. Of course, it's not as easy as it sounds, and with the bugs drawing their inspiration from all manner of old B-movies, attacks come from every direction in a variety of forms. There's no firm release date as of yet, but we'll keep you posted. That game was cancelled. And yeah, here we go. Master System Top 10. Sonic Chaos dominating as usual. Jungle Book. Mortal Kombat. I don't think I've ever seen a single screenshot of Master System Jurassic Park. Tasmania, not to be confused with the Game Gear one. Olympic Gold. F1 again. Mickey Mouse 2. I think that's Land of Illusion. Lemmings. And of course, Outrun Europa, everyone's favourite. Ooh, Rebel Assault. Oh no. Oh, it's happening again. It's happening again. Game Gear Sonic 2 is back on the charts. No. No, I thought we were done with this. I thought I'd seen enough of this in fucking for months and months. Sonic 2 was in the charts for the Game Gear in Sonic the Comic. But it's back again. She can never be stopped. She's buying copies in the past. The game is taunting you. Yeah, it is. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Tailspin Donald Duck double pack? What is that? I don't think I've seen that. There was a Game Gear Tailspin? I don't like that. If that's anything like the Mega Drive game, woof. Anyway, let's read about Rebel Assault. SEGA Magazine is eagerly awaiting the arrival of what could potentially turn out to be one of the best Mega CD games yet devised. Its name, Rebel Assault. The game is a CD-only title from LucasArts, which unsurprisingly is based around the incredibly successful Star Wars trilogy of films. You are the rather strangely monikered Rookie One, an ex-farmer from the planet Tatooine, who has decided to risk his life in bringing about intergalactic peace by helping the Rebel Alliance bring about the downfall of the evil empire, headed up by the twisted Emperor and the sinister Darth Vader, Lord of the Sith. The game is shoot-'em-up action second to none, with you piloting Imperial shuttles, X-Wings, Snowspeeders and A-Wings through a variety of different missions. You start on the planet Tatooine, flying through canyons, and then work your way up to flying training missions through asteroid fields. Later missions involve taking on squadrons of TIE fighters, dealing with the AT-AT walkers on the planet Hoth, and even firing that fateful photon torpedo that spells the end of the Death Star. The entire game is depicted using the wonders of full motion video. Yeah, Sonic Chaos being at the top does ease the pain of Sonic 2 returning once more. The effect you get flying down into the Death Star trench or weaving through the asteroid field is simply tremendous. The game even includes a couple of on-foot missions. You have to run about, taking on stormtroopers with your blaster in order to get to your trusty spacecraft. Excellent stuff indeed. Adding to the atmosphere is the original film score, especially rearranged by the London Philharmonic Orchestra, as well as loads of full-motion video taken straight from the original movies. The full-motion video is shaping up to be very impressive indeed. Although a tad blocky, the entire screen is used to depict the action and looks utterly superb. Funnily enough though, because of some strange copyright laws, LucasArts can't use the original actors' voices. Luckily, some very similar sounding actors have been drafted in to take on roles like C-3PO, Princess Leia, and Darth Vader. Some people have been worried about the linear nature of CD arcade titles. Well, SEGA Magazine is here to prove you wrong. Although Rebel Assault does suffer from this to some degree, the program still allows you freedom unparalleled by any other Mega CD title on the market at the moment. Super compaction techniques. That sounds like something I would be taught in a martial arts class. Have been used to bring in more data from the CD at one time, allowing you some freedom to move left, right, up or down in the full motion video environment. We saw an early demo at the Chicago CES show in June last year and came away exceptionally impressed. The game has already been released on PC CD-ROM, where it has accounted for a sudden upsurge in CD-ROM sales. From what we've seen of the almost identical Mega CD title, we expect much the same. JVC are handling the title in the States, but unfortunately, Sega Europe are still waiting for their copy in order to approve it for sale in this country. That being the case, we highly recommend that you keep your eyes super glued to the pages of this very organ. They used that last time as well, in order to glean the latest Rebel Assault related news. Deleting 27 extraneous copies of a routine I accidentally left in. And telling my boss I invented super compaction. Good. People are complaining about linear arcade style games. Cast them into the pit. It has been rumoured for years, but at last the Judge Dredd movie has been given the green light. And Acclaim have stepped in to acquire the rights for a Mega Drive game, with the film apparently starring Sylvester Stallone as the hardest to judge in Mega City 1. Details regarding the plot have yet to be decided, mainly because it doesn't start filming until early this year, and isn't due for release until the summer of 1995. Probe Software are the team developing the game, but a game design has yet to be finalised, although it is believed they have an early script to work from. This is going to be one of the biggest releases of the near future, so stay tuned for further news. A nuclear strike is not the answer, citizen. And there's another Dread for you. I think that's a Simon Bisley one? Move over, Spinball. Codemasters have obviously gone into Game Overdrive this month, as they're about to try and take on Sonic Spinball. Psycho Pinball is the name of their contender, and replaces the obligatory silver ball with a little armadillo, who rolls up whenever it is hit by a paddle or a flipper. 6 themed tables await the armadillo's attention, and a series of baddies also appear to make life harder. An 8 mega cart, don't expect this to hit the shops until sometime in September. Oh shit, Road Avenger's still hanging in there in the top 10. Good. Man, Lethal Enforcers did well. That's surprising. Game Gear Rash. Oh, I've got a terrible Game Gear Rash. Oh! Thank you for that, Rage Quitter. It's one of those Telstar ones. Yeah, I know what they are. Yeah, that makes sense. The back of the box features a good review for Donald Duck, but has nothing for Tailspin. What a surprise. Wait, really? The final game only has 4 tables? Interesting. Game Gear owning fans of top-speed road racers are in for an excellent surprise. Road Rash, the famed 16-bit game of high velocity and much violence, ooh, I love when a game has much violence, is coming to the portable. The format of the game is remarkably similar to the Mega Drive version and is currently shaping up to be rather smart indeed. Okay, if you want to play a drinking game, take a shot every time they say something is looking smart. I'm not responsible if any of you die. It looks like being a very close version of the excellent Master System game previewed on page 34. We'll be carrying a full review as soon as is humanly possible. Lecture 2. Oh, I've always been a fan of Lecture 2. First one didn't really have it. Second one, they nailed it. It's official. Oldsters. I'm sorry. You know what other game has 4 tables? That's right, Spinball. It's official. Oldsters know nothing about computers. I guess that old-fashioned guy would know something about this from Sonic the Comic. The results of a new survey carried out by Gallup for Keynote Publications revealed that only 21% of adult computer users feel that computers are easy to operate, with 30% saying they would never buy a computer. On the other hand, 36% of children find computers more useful than standard pen and paper. The bad news is that 68% of adults thought youngsters spent far too much time playing games. Looks like they've all been reading the tabloids. So if you're an old person reading this mag, there's obviously something wrong with you. You should be hanging around bus shelters moaning about the death moves in Mortal Kombat and how kids today have got no respect. Dear reader, we think there's something wrong with you. No more football. I've decided no. So here's the lineup. January, Toe Jam 02, Greatest Heavyweights. Oh, Eternal Champions, let's go, baby! Push the Eternal Champions. February, we got February 94. Damn, that kind of took a while. And Sonic 3, Did Star Trek The Next Generation didn't come out in Europe, did it? I know Art of Fighting did. That's kind of a rare one. What have we got on the Mega CD? Wonder Dog! Blessed. Oh, fucking Microcosm. Dracula Unleashed. Hey, I know what that game is. Mystery Mansion. That's Umemi Mystery Mansion, aka Mansion of Hidden Souls. Butterfly heads rise up. Art of Fighting, rare SNK mention. Donald Duck 2, I think, is Deep Duck Trouble. Oh, Fire and Ice. I thought wasn't that a Brazil only one? I get the feeling that only came out in Brazil. Wait, what? James Bond? What the? Hold on, whoa. What the fuck is James Bond 007 on the Game Gear? Oh, it's not a port of the Duel, is it? Oh my god, it is! Oh, fuck me. Yep, there's a version of the Duel on Game Gear. Wow, good luck with that. Mansion game enjoyers, grab your butterflies. Yeah, okay, Master System The Duel is a Game Gear port. I see. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I'd completely forgotten that came out on 8-bits. Oh, Super Caesar's Palace, yes. Good. Okay, let's see. Ooh, a spine-tingling, blood-curdling, 6-level living nightmare from hell. As John Morris, the whip-wielding vampire hunter, or Eric Lacard, master lanceman, you'll chase the demonic vampires, Countess Bartley, across Europe to prevent the... You'll chase the demonic vampiress, Countess Bartley, across Europe to prevent her resurrecting the master of all evil, Count Dracula. Are there any prototype shots here? Oh, yeah, there's one. I think that's the same one that was in Sonic the Comic. Good. They all are. Okay. Matt Furness probably did the music for those ports as well. Oh, I'm glad. I rented the Mega Drive James Bond The Duel and never got anywhere in it, unfortunately. Ooh, here's an interesting one. Hyperdunk. This is Konami's first foray into the world of basketball, and Hyperdunk is all set to go head-to-head with acclaimed soon-to-be-released NBA Jam. Hyperdunk goes for the more arcade-style feel, encouraging fast breaks and rather impressive, if improbable, runs. Just to stop basketball novices getting confused, it's impossible to break the rules. Not because there are no rules, but because the Mega Drive simply won't let you do it. Unlike NBA Jam, this version sees a full complement of players on the court at one time, so it's a different enough game to be a viable proposition. As to whether it's any good or not, we'll have to wait until our full review soon to find out. As you can see, Hyperdunk is a basketball game. Understood. This conga sub-level conveys the real Christmas party spirit. At last, the most brilliantest two-player racing game around makes the transition to Master System. It's already coined in a severe amount of cash on the Mega Drive, and is set to do the same on the Game Gear, and now every Sega owner can get a hold of it. It's an overhead view perspective racer, in case you've never heard of it before, with a variety of different vehicles, each one demanding different skills to triumph in. Whilst the one-player game has a reputation for easiness, it's one of the classiest two-player games going. Can the programmers scale down the action successfully to the Master System? Or what? Hooray! An excuse to play Micro Machines for hours again. No work for me. Oh yeah, those shots have the timer. Minotaur's in the council cistern. Hold on. Right, let's go back. Oh yeah, you're right. And yeah, it's got the timer. And I don't think the skulls with these weapons don't show up this early, right? Pretty sure they don't. I was getting this confused with the second stage. So yeah, no, that's definitely not right. I don't like the ideas of the Minotaurs jumping from the water. That's very scary. That truly is from hell. Oh, was something else, right? Dino Basher starring Big Nose the Caveman. Codemasters have certainly been the Game Gear owners' best friends at the moment. Thanks to their huge endeavours in the 8-bit programming department, their latest result is this prehistoric-style platform adventure starring a podgy little chap by the name of Big Nose. There he is. Of course, it's not all club, and Dino... It's not all club, and Dino Basher does have its strategic element. This is embodied in the trading sequences, where Big Nose is able to offload the bones and rocks he's collected and get hold of something useful in exchange. Codemasters are pretty new to this Game Gear lark, so it'll be interesting to see how Dino Basher turns out. Poor old Big Nose hasn't realised chickens haven't evolved yet. Grabbing this icon improves Big Nose's weapon. Understood. Dino Basher began life as a NES game years ago. That's true. That is true. Oh. Oh no. Normie. EA are known for having original and sometimes a little off-the-wall ideas. Normie, however, isn't just off the wall, it is in fact right out of the tree. Whoever came up with this has a great sense of humour, but sadly no sense of reality. It's a sort of magical adventure across the whole of time and space, where the player encounters everything from Three Stooges worshipping tribes in the jungle to tormented souls burning in hell. The game is mostly a platform affair, with adventure overtones, meaning that there's a bit of the old object collecting to do in order to get anywhere. Whilst you're waiting for our review, just feast your eyes on these lovely shots. This is the eponymous Normie. Hardly what you'd expect when it comes to globe-trotting heroes. Along his travels, Normie picks up all sorts of weapons, although most except his table tennis bat are only useful against certain enemies. More Aztec adventures as Normie hotfoots it past the idol of the Jungle Tribe, a big statue of the It is the Three Stooges! Normie. The walls of hell are littered with amusing signs and funny jokes. Ho-de ho-ho. Blimey. The Battletoads continue their quest to dominate every games platform in the known universe with this, their first Game Gear adventure. It's based on the old Mega Drive version, which is no bad thing as that title was something of a corker. Mixing platform elements with beat-em-up action and super fast chase sequences on foot or speeder bike, Battletoads has plenty of original elements. Only time will tell, of course, if the small screen of the Game Gear takes the edge off the graphics, or if the gameplay gets lost somewhere along the recoding operation. The Battletoads have appeared on just every format known to man. This is pretty much a straight conversion from the Mega Drive. Another virtual racing preview. Yeah, we did get Normie's Beach Baby-rama. There is a lot of typos in this. We've already brought you an exclusive look at the stunning Mega Drive version of Virtual Racing, showing you just about every aspect of this stunning new title. However, a later version of the game has just appeared at SEGA Europe, and it looks even better. SEGA Magazine journalists were summoned immediately to take a look at this new version of the game. Ooh, split screen. Virtual Racing in all its glory. As you can see, the programmers have managed to retain an exceptional amount of detail, even though the Sega Virtual Processor is effectively doing twice the work. Both virtual racing screens act completely independently of one another. One player can view the action using one particular perspective, while the other participant can choose a totally different view of the action. The expert track of virtual racing is doubly difficult with two players at the console. Not only do you have your opponent to defeat, you must also tame the most fearsome virtual track in the entire game. The first issue had plenty of typos, yes. I make fun, but also I'm cognizant of the fact that like they have a month to put this together. They already lost one of their guys because Jazz Wignall's fucking off to the US, so morale was probably low. But yeah, like I don't envy anyone having to put a magazine together every 4 weeks. As you can see from the screenshots, Sega Japan's elite programmers have vastly improved the game since we saw it last month with the addition of a split-screen 2-player mode. We can reveal that the game is still utterly brilliant in this mode, even though the Mega Drive is effectively doing twice the work. The speed of the action is remarkably swift, faster than the one-player version we played last month. Some of the tiny detail has been removed to provide a cleaner and faster screen, but the overall effect is utterly amazing. In this mode, the game still plays as well as the one-player mode. None of the gameplay features of the solo mode have been lost. Even the ability to change the view of the action is still in there. Both players can select their favourite perspectives. Okay, before I forget though, I think my favourite thing from the last issue was when they were talking about Super Street Fighter 2. Because they mentioned that it's not as fast as Hyper Fighting, and they say that's for strategic purposes. It's not an oversight, it's a feature. The programming team have also been busy in developing the one-player mode as well. If you thought the graphics of the game looked brilliant in our 4-page preview last month, you're in for a surprise. The programmers have added extra scenery objects to each track to make them look even more spectacular. What's more, the speed of the game is now even more intense, I'm sure you meant to say. This point in particular is of some pride to Sega's development department. The new polygon-generating Sega Virtual Processing chip is proving to be even better than was first expected. Virtual Racing is looking like a real next-generation product. Ugh, I hate when they call it product. Putting many high-spec PC games to shame in terms of graphics and gameplay. Was High Octane out at this point? Just asking. Everyone at both Sega and Sega Magazine are extremely excited about this product. We'll be bringing you the exclusive review in next month's issue. Although it is very difficult to spot, the game is rather cleverly cutting down on the amount of detail it needs to portray, hence the Mega Swift screen update. The full detail is seen on this full screen one-player mode. Sega Europe are rightly proud of the Mega Drive version of Virtual Racing. Put together by the same programming and design team that created the incredible coin-op, this game looks like being one of the highlights of 1994. Translator's note, coin-op means coin-operated game, usually referring to arcade games. I imagine it's mostly a European phrase, but I think it is used in America. And we have a winner! A great camera angle of the virtual action is one of the rewards bestowed upon the winning racer. If you take a look at the top screen, you'll notice that small details like the cut-up grass are still visible. We have coin-operated laundry, yeah, that makes sense. Consume product to obtain enjoyment. This game will net you great profits due to the cost of the SVP chip. Yeah, I think the last Bronx manual may have referred to it as a coin-op. Rampant flamingos are a terrible hazard in this action-packed screenshot from the first level of the game. Watch out for those energy-draining beaks. Avid watchers of children's BBC will probably be aware of the existence of the strange cartoon known as Ren and Stimpy. It's going to be beginning its first run in January. The Mega Drive game is following shortly thereafter, with a Game Gear version also in the offing. The players controls the eponymous Ren and Stimpy. Their mission? To traverse the platform levels using their strange skills in order to slap about the legions of weird enemy sprites that cross their path. As you can see from the screenshots, the game has a very distinct graphical style that captures the zany atmosphere of the cartoons exactly. The sound also is excellent, with a vast array of cartoon sound effects for all occasions. One of the best features of the game is that the two players can cooperate and pull off all manner of amazing special moves. For example, Ren can roll up Stimpy and use him as a bowling ball. This basically means that a great deal of teamwork is required to beat some of the puzzles the game presents you with. First impressions of Ren and Stimpy are rather favourable. We'll be bringing you the full review in next month's edition of the fine organ that is SEGA Magazine. I am begging you, stop calling it an organ. I know they can't hear me. I know they can't. Everything is a coin up when you call money coin like a fantasy pulp adventurer. Yeah, I rented this one when it was new, and it's the I think part of the problem is that didn't Imagineering make something like 4 Ren and Stimpy games on the SNES, and they're all really bad? Expel air to blow yourself in any direction. Squeeze the life out of Stimpy to blast the opposition. Ren and Stimpy examine their latest cunning plan. Press that start button. Ren and Stimpy knacker themselves out on a bicycle made for two. Note the zany Mab Cap Star cartoon style. Knackered. To knacker oneself is to tire one out. For you would say, it's been a hard day at work, I'm absolutely knackered, would mean I'm very tired. What the what the... looks like a mousy has run onto the court here, greatly scaring those players. I think they meant mouse. Sometimes it feels like I need a Rosetta Stone to understand this magazine. It appears that this poor fellow has become wholly entangled in the hoop. Oh dear. Next we see that blind navigator bloke off Star Trek, The Next Generation. No wonder their mission's going to take 10 years. Their navigator's blind, for God's sake. Wow. Rude. I think they meant madcap. They were all farmed out to different developers, one of which was Argonaut. Uh-oh. When they weren't throwing polygons around, they were making Ren and Stimpy games, I guess. Here we see one of the posy super slam dunks in action. It'd be quite funny if that chap caught his elbow on the hoop and then fell right on his head. Interesting to note, the captions for the Sega games seem to be very serious and to the point. The ones for the captions for games not by Sega are more jokey. Interesting. If you have a passion for basketball, the Mega Drive has a wealth of titles to suit your cravings, from the rather ancient but alright Super Real Basketball to the ultra-modern isometric David Robinson's Supreme Court Basketball, and now Acclaim, in their infinite wisdom, are to release the officially endorsed NBA title called NBA Jam. This isn't the story of a group of basketball stars striking an endorsement deal for a brand of breakfast-time toast spread, but actually a conversion of the hugely successful coin-op of the same name. The main game takes the form of a 2-on-2 run-around featuring all of the teams in the NBA. The court is viewed from a side-on angle, with the play area being about 3 screens long. Due to recent, and indeed totally fictional, NBA financing troubles, however, each player has had to cut back its numbers to a mere 2 players. The remaining players are of the highest standard though, with their individual playing abilities displayed on the team select screen to aid the player in his, or indeed her, team selecting decision. What makes NBA Jam really different from other basketball games, apart from the more head-to-head style of gameplay than team tactics, is the supernatural powers possessed by every player. Pressing the right button activates the limited energy turbo mode, which allows the player to run faster than normal. Attempt a basket in the blue shot zone whilst under the influence of turbo, and your bloke performs a dazzling magical feat. The basket may burst into flames. The player might leap up a million miles into the air and spin around lots, or perhaps the backboard gets broken. Whatever happens, these ultra jams, as they're called, are almost impossible to defend against, which is more than can be said for the majority of shots on hole. Along with the number of offensive moves, like sticking your tongue out or calling someone Mr. Ploppy Pants, there's a whole host of defensive maneuvers. Players can grab, steal, jump, and even shove. If someone's trying to slam dunk the ball, you can nab the pill right out of their very hands if you're fast enough. Mind you, if you're good enough, there are great rewards for scoring tons of points. Every time one single player scores 3 baskets in a row, without either the opposition or his teammate getting a look in on the scoring points front, he is declared on fire. Every time this player now grabs the ball, it bursts into flames. It also endows him with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Of course, this just shows the depth of realism in NBA Jam. That sort of thing happens all the time in real-life basketball, doesn't it? Surely, though, the crowning glory of NBA Jam is its 4-way tap compatibility, which allows you and 3 of your chums to participate simultaneously, 2 to a team. It doesn't even matter if someone shows up late. Because you can join in halfway through a game simply by pressing the start button. The finished version of NBA Jam reached us just too late for full review inclusion in this issue, but you can be sure that there'll be an in-depth look at this potentially stunning license in next month's SEGA Magazine. While I remember, there's something I've got to check. Damn it. I was looking to see if Tony Takoshi was mentioned, but not this time. Tony Takoshi was the product manager for Sega Europe, and he was in the special thanks last time. Let's get back to where we were. Defensive moves like saying nuh-uh and calling them cheaters. Girls can play NBA Jam too. You know, non-binary people can play it as well. I know. I was as shocked as you, but they let me play it. Maybe the mag authors are trying to tell you something about their contractual obligations. Of course, all this sort of behaviour is very dangerous indeed, and you shouldn't try it at home. All of these sprites are trained professionals, and safety equipment is mandatory. Repeat, mandatory. Electronic Arts' latest Mega Drive release is shaping up to be one of the best road races we've seen on the machine. Fucking hell. Will I ever escape Domark's F1? I don't think I've even seen it. Biff, pow, video games aren't just for boys anymore. Yeah. Skitchin is the best Road Rash game, I believe it. Entitled Skitchin, you adopt the mantle of a deranged skater type who gets his kicks by participating in roller races on the highways. Skate along the road, grab the back of a passing motor in order to gain speed and wait for a corner, then let go of the car and use your momentum to zoom off into the distance. This is the Spectre, reporting live for Outlaw Sports. I bet he thinks he's really hard, doesn't he? Use your skates to move down the road. Grabbing the backs of cars allows you to slipstream at high speed. As you can see from the screenshots, Skitchin does look rather similar in execution to Road Rash. Yes, it has been coded by the Road Rash team, and yes, it does use the basic Road Rash graphics engine. However, we are happy to reveal that the feel of the game is completely different to Road Rash, and it is, in all, shaping up to be a rather good game. In addition to the racing action, there are loads of ramps dotted around the track. Use one of these and you're catapulted into the air, enabling you to pull off all manner of tricks, for which you are awarded points. Grabbing hold of pipes and such like from the ground enables you to quite literally beat off the opposing skitchers. Phrasing. With its smart one-player mode and fun-filled simultaneous two-player mode, Skitchin is shaping up to be one decent road racer. Look out for a full review in the next couple of months. Oh. Hey, can't you read? It says no parking. Go on, get out of there. Vancouver is, of course, renowned as the world capital of rollerblading thanks to its many beachfronts and such. The area is also popular with the surfing community. Oh, we're learning. Look out for little old ladies in raincoats hanging onto the backs of jeeps. Of course, if all this rollerblading nonsense seems a bit too much like hard work, you can always resort to hitching for a lift. Told you not to try it at home. This is a picture of the title screen. It introduces the name of the game in as attractive a way as possible. This one is attempting to show a streetwise attitude to be down with the homeboys, as if that's going to make them buy the game or something. This is the bit where you choose your favourite tune to listen to whilst rolling, or it might be what? Or it might be favourite kitchen utensil. That's split screen 2-player action in full. It means there's 2 players at once. I see, I understand. One of the kitchen songs is Spicy's Placenta. Good. The guy with the flat top is a living poltergeist? Oh shit! The EA the EA cinematic universe. Good. Double Switch is another in a long range of full motion video titles being put together with a mega CD by the guys and gals behind such classics as Sewer Shark and Night Trap. Hold on. No expense has been spared for this particular title. The starring role of Eddie, the streetwise, street-cred, hat-wearing dude, is played in this adventure by none other than Corey Haim. Remember him? His best film was probably the classic The Lost Boys. He was the little brother of the bloke who gets turned into a vampire by Kiefer Sutherland and his band of bloodsuckers. Spoilers! You remember. He was quite funny in that, actually. Well, in Double Switch, he's Eddie, the guy charged with the task of protecting a building with the aid of a network of security cameras. Sound familiar? Not only does he look out for the inhabitants of the building, he also disposes of unwanted intruders by using traps. Sound familiar? Yeah, it's Night Trap. However, somehow he's lost control of his security grid, and you've got to do the perp catching now for him. Muck up and the building's various characters get it. Yes, it is quite similar in terms of gameplay to Night Trap, but the action window for the full motion video is significantly larger thanks to the wonders of Cinepack trademark, and the game is structured a whole lot better than Night Trap. In that title, it was hard keeping up with everything that went on in the house. In Double Switch, Eddie's security grid enables you to keep a track of who's gone where and such like. The characterization in Double Switch is a lot sharper too. Eddie gives you a basic resume of each of the building's inhabitants at the beginning, and comes up with all manner of intriguing observations during your adventure. So all in all, Double Switch is looking pretty good. And as a bonus too, the music is being put together by none other than Thomas Dolby, he of much chart success some years ago. Rather impressive, eh? We should have coverage of full review-sized proportions coming soon. Night. No, I don't. I've never played Double Switch actually. I know it has a dancing guy, and like one of the residents is like a rock band. Meet Brutus, one of the less attractive members of the community. You can keep a track of the building's inhabitants by investigating the plan of the building to the left. The beginning of the game introduces Eddie, your pal in Double Switch. This keyboard is a part of his complex security setup, however, he's now cut off, and you're in control. Yikes! One of the less appealing characters. Obviously, he's up to a bit of mischief. Study that dial at the bottom of the screen. When it's in the red, use a trap to capture the fiend. The first person you need to save from the baddies is the rather nice Alex. It transpires that she is in fact an investigative journalist on the trail of a very important story. To this end, several people would like her out of the way. There's a high scores table? Okay. Each room has 2 traps at your disposal. Press the start button to bring up a plan of the room. The traps are indicated on the blueprint. Use this to decide where to ensnare your foes. Oh, fuck me. Ground Zero, Texas. Full motion video is proving extremely popular at the moment. Yes, it's proving popular with the 24 to 36 demographic. It's very important that Sega keeps a tab on that. Check out our exclusive peeks, you spelled peaks wrong, at some of the forthcoming Mega CD product this month. One of the most interesting titles of the bunch is Ground Zero Texas, developed by Digital Pictures, the guys behind Sewer Shark, Night Trap, and Double Switch. The storyline is excessively strange. A small town in Texas has been witness to some rather bizarre goings-on. Murder, crime, abduction, you get the idea. So a series of cameras have been installed around the town. It's your job to man these cameras and investigate these strange happenings. As it turns out, a race of evil aliens known as reticulans have decided to spearhead an invasion. Their aim? To take over the entire world. It's a good thing, therefore, that all of your installed cameras have been armed with particle cannons that enable you to blast the evil aliens. Smart, eh? Just watch that you don't murder an innocent civilian instead. Ground Zero Texas looks like being a very interesting Mega CD release. Sony ImageSoft are very excited about it, remarking that the game has substantial gameplay, as well as brilliant graphics and sound. The game fared pretty well in our initial playtesting session. A full review of Ground Zero Texas should appear, hopefully, in next month's edition of SEGA Magazine. The guys behind Sewer Shark. You could say criminals, SEGA Magazine. I have a copy of Ground Zero Texas. For some reason I thought it was compatible with the Justifier, and I may have got it mixed up with Snatcher somehow. Don't ask me how that happened. This greasy chap is not at all endearing. Another of the sector commanders is this lass in a dodgy hat. A large alien fires its deadly laser beam in this lovely shot. Oh, yes! Wasn't there... Is Sewer Shark the one where they've, like, lost the original footage? I get the feeling that that might be one that they don't have the original footage anymore. That's the only reason I've heard that it's not getting any kind of remaster. The basic point-and-click interface of Jurassic Park couldn't be simpler to manipulate. Just point where you would like to go and press the button. The Visitor Center, as pictured here, is a good example of the wonders of full-motion video. Your entire journey in the building is depicted with the smartness of FMV. The object manipulation system is exceptionally easy to get the hang of. Opening trunks or collecting items is simply a case of running the cursor over the object in question and then pressing the button. Further manipulations are carried out by using the special object manipulation screen. The smartness that is FMV. The advantages of the Mega CD are brought to bear on the game that is Jurassic Park. The CD's enormous storage potential has been put to use in creating an enormous adventure with real sounds, full motion video left, right and centre, and a series of semi-educational documentaries on each of the dinosaurs in the game. SEGA are extremely serious about CD and multimedia in general. To that end, they spent a colossal $10 million in creating their super-equipped multimedia studios at Oh my god. Oh my god, I know who that developer is! Multimedia Studios at SEGA of America's headquarters in Redmond City, California. I think, if I remember this right... Oh my god, I gotta double check this, hang on. Time to put something cursed in. Fuck, it doesn't list them. I think they made Jurassic Park and then they made Wild Woody and then they did nothing. Oh wait, no. They made Garfield Caught in the Act as well. I think they were like SEGA Multimedia Studios or something. Real sounds as opposed to all those fake sounds like Spronky and Zugler. The first title to emerge from the multi-million... Oh my god. I'm sorry, I can't get over that. Multi-million dollars just to make fucking Wild Woody. The multi-million dollar complex is the Mega CD version of Jurassic Park, a conversion of the top grossing movie of all time. The design brief for the title was extremely ambitious. The programmers actually wanted to create the entire Isla Nublar Jurassic Park complex on CD, giving the player total freedom to explore the magical environment. The version of the game we've seen is just about complete, bar some minor debugging. The basic structure of the game gives the player a first-person perspective view of the park, enabling you to turn in full 360-degree movements, choose where to go, do battle with dinosaurs, manipulate objects, you name it. Movement is a simple case of pointing where you want to go and pressing a button. The wonders of full-motion video take you to your chosen destination. If these guys didn't give a glowing review to Umemi Mystery Mansion, I'm gonna be so upset. How many work hours of money were spent into rendering Wild Woody's awful stretchy face? I don't want to think about it. Being on CD, the sound is literally amazing. Depending on where you are in Jurassic Park, you hear the appropriate sounds. The jungle-like atmosphere is conveyed very well with some stunning Q-Sound virtual audio. Where's the TM? You gave it to Cinepack, you're not giving it to Q-Sound? What's up? What's your problem? Put this through a stereo, or better still, an actual surround sound setup like we did. Get on our level, children. And prepare to be amazed. So the graphics look rather smart. The FMV's pretty good, and the sound is stunning. What of the gameplay? Well, we'll have to leave you in suspense on that particular score. However, all being well, we should be able to bring you a full review of the game in time for issue 3 of SEGA Magazine. Yeah, it's smart. They didn't use it this much last time. What the fuck? Maybe that guy's nephew really did edit this. This is the grim sight that awaits you when you start your mammoth adventure. Look for the wreckage, spelled wrong, and any useful supplies. Of course, being an officially licensed Jurassic Park product, the branding has been put to full use, as seen in this fascinating glimpse of the title screen. They have so little to work with here. Even walking up the steps is something of an event because of the super smooth graphics. The first floor has several locked doors for you to open. Just like its movie, swipe cards are required in order to open the doors. There is plenty to discover in the visitor centre of Jurassic Park, and there are plenty of puzzles to solve. For example, the picture on the lower right depicts a case which you have to open in order to reveal a useful item. Is there anything in these games that's dumb? Where's my dumb gaming? They would refer you to Nintendo Magazine for that. What about the gameplay? Don't worry, nobody's making this game was concerned with that bit of business, thanks Shark. Oh god, it never ends. SEGA are determined. What? This sweet child offers encouragement between rounds. I see. SEGA are determined to prove that full motion video has many uses over and above shooters like Sewer Shark and pseudo-interactive movies like Night Trap. Hence the appearance of Prize Fighter. Basically, Prize Fighter is a boxing simulation. Oh, they're gonna... oh no, there's no comparisons to Punch-Out this time. I don't know, Wild Woody had... Oh no, This FMV is very well educated. I know what game Wild Woody shows up in. I mean, it's appropriate. He is distressingly horny. That's the way I feel it's best to describe Wild Woody. But, yep, we'll leave it at that. Basically, Prize Fighter is a boxing simulation, no surprises there. However, it is extremely original in that the main action is portrayed by using the power of the Mega CD's full motion video capabilities. The power of X, if you will. The boxers that come at you look and move totally realistically, which isn't so much of a shock, considering that they are real. The boxers are real, and they are coming for you. The action is viewed from a first-person perspective. Those gloves at the bottom of the screen are your hands. Use these tools of destruction in order to batter your opponent onto the canvas. If the full motion video window in the actual game looks a little small, it's because the player also has some control over where he can go in the ring. Moving left or right scrolls the action around, enabling to dodge blows and such like. No, absolutely not. No. Wild Woody is not an officially approved Gaming Hell game and a Gaming Hell mascot. No. I denounce that horrible pencil. There is something of a role-playing game aspect to Prize Fighter as well. Your performance in each match dictates how many power points you are awarded should you be victorious. Use these points to beef up your stats, including punch power and stamina. Dum. Of course, being an FMV title programmed by the people behind Sewer Shark and Night Trap, there are plenty of video trimmings showing you in the dressing room before a fight, walking out to the ring, getting yelled at by your manager, basking in the glow of victory. You get the idea. This is a very large product in... every time. A very large product, indeed. Prize Fighter is packed onto not one, but 2 compact discs. That's over 1 gigabyte of data put aside for the boxing action. Sounds exciting, eh? Well, we'll be bringing you the full review in an upcoming edition of SEGA Magazine. Before each bout, you get a look at the sleazy audience. Mega Joe gets it in the mouth here. Before making a startling comeback. A typical punching scene. Hurrah, you have won and are congratulated. Ooh yeah, that's it for old Joe. And Honey Boy too, evidently. So, as is my understanding, the way this game works is you have to do the opening fights over and over again because the other characters are just way stronger than you are. So you have to grind it. Probably because they could only have so many fighters in the game because it's all FMV. It's funny to think that the advent of CD-ROM was supposedly synonymous with FMV games in general, but especially on the Mega CD, when in reality it's fucking Tom Zito flooding the market with shovelware. Very true, Acidonia. That is a lot of compaction, you're right. If it's a Raging Bull simulation, I hope they're smart enough to... No, they weren't. Last month they called it a Punch-Out clone. They said, based on that old game Punch-Out. No, they called it Ancient. Anyway, one of the best-selling Mega Drive cartridges ever made was Electronic Arts' groundbreaking Road Rash, a road racer that involved motorbikes, violence, and engine-related redlining activities. It remains a classic to this day. Thus, it comes as no surprise to learn that US Gold have acquired the rights to produce a Master System version of this top-class game. US Gold do have something of a reputation when it comes to producing quality 8-bit titles, and Road Rash looks like continuing the tradition. The Master System version looks like having everything that made the Mega Drive version so enjoyable to play, and although some compromises have been made in the speed and graphical areas, the game is still looking very promising at the moment. US Gold are also going to release a Game Gear version of this title, which should be almost identical to the game featured here. Look out for a multi-format review in a forthcoming edition of SEGA Magazine. I've heard that this version is really impressive. A full-on action shot from the Master System version of the game that is known as Road Rash. The conversion is looking excellent, with only the smallest compromises made in bringing the game to 8-bit. Oh, fuck me. The title screen in all its glory. It looks pretty smart, really, doesn't it? Every time. Something of a reputation, you say. Oh yeah, no, there was effort put into those FMV games, but they were everywhere. One thing that is interesting is I think we only got one of the Make My Video games. I don't think we got the Marky Mark one. We may have only got the In Excess one. Deacon Thee, that is disgusting. Not on stream, please. And yeah, I've heard that Master System Road Rash is like super impressive. Busted by a horrible genetic mutation. The official Street Fighter 2 Player's Handbook Limited Collector's Edition. SNES, Mega Drive, and Super SF2 Arcade. Expert Player's Handbook. Secret codes and tips for the Super NES and Mega Drive. New arcade combos. Super Street Fighter 2. How to master the 4 new challengers. Cammy, DJ, Fei Long, and T-Hawk. From the makers of Nintendo Magazine System and Mean Machines Sega. It's them, the Street Fighters. Out now. Only $4.95. It's not my fault the Sega Mag UK are so excited by logos. I mean, you're right. It's not your fault. Okay. Welcome to the first letters of Sega Magazine. Actually, that's not strictly true. S and E are the first letters of Sega Magazine, and this is really the first letters page of Sega Magazine. If you've got anything to say, be it interesting, hilarious, controversial, or merely just mildly amusing, why don't you write to us? Go on, we'll be your best friends. Our address is Letters Pray. Get it? That's a joke. Don't send anything to that address, please. So, right. Okay. Our policy in the Sonic the Comic streams is not to make fun of the works of children. I get the feeling that this might be a slightly older audience, so I won't feel as bad, but you know, these are real people. How much do you want to bet none of those combos work in the 16-bit versions? Don't encourage, I know, right? Time to, oh fuck, oh, gotta explain digitize. Okay, right, I'll do my best. Dear Sega Mag, as a regular reader of Mean Machines, I thought if they recommend it, it's bound to be good. And it is. In case you're wondering, I'm on about Sega Magazine. Imagine my delight when I found out that the same people who write Mean Machines, completely brilliant, were also writing Sega Magazine, completely brilliant. I was getting really sick of every mag coming out at the same time of the month, so bringing Sega Magazine out 2 weeks after MMS is a great idea, as it keeps me occupied all month. Anyway, the point of this letter is the sad teletext channel called Digitizer. Cultural note. So, teletext was a service that you got on terrestrial television. So, like, not necessarily satellite, but like any bog standard television would usually have teletext. Although mine didn't because it was too old, so I had to read it at a neighbour's. You'd press a button and it would send you to like text-based information that would slowly scroll. Like, it would show a page, and then once, after a certain amount of time, it would move on to the next one if there are more pages. The main things that I remember about teletext are Turn of the Worm, which was a comic done in sort of, I guess it's like ASCII art, I guess you would call it. I tell you what, let me see if I can find an example. I'm sure Turn of the Worm won't be a bad thing to Google. Ooh, there's a... Oh, hang on. Oh, fuck, you can read it. Okay, hell yeah. So yeah, they would actually make like full comics, full artwork in this particular style. Yes. Tragically, Turn of the Worm was very sick at the end of Digitizer. They had a picture and everything. So, and one of the things, I think it was Channel 4, because each channel had a different teletext service. The one on Channel 4 had something called Digitizer, which was all about video games. It would have news, reviews, and letters, and it was known for having a strange sense of humour. For instance, news would sometimes be delivered by somebody called Insincere Dave, who would always be overexcited about what was being peddled. There was a joke about Mr. T, where you shouldn't mess with his bins, and so on and so forth. And and it still has a reputation these days. People remember it very fondly. People were to the point where people were fucking savage to the replacement Game Central, which wasn't that bad. I remember in particular, Game Central got a lot of letters after they reviewed a little game called Global Defense Force for the PS2 because nobody could find a copy. That was the second EDF game. It didn't get much distribution in Europe, so in the UK especially. So they gave it a glowing review, and people just couldn't find copies of it. But people were fucking savage about Game Central because it wasn't Digitizer. I feel really bad for them. Okay, the teletext and CFAX beef that's not my area. I don't know nothing about that. I was not part of that war. But yes, Digitizer very much lives on. It was primarily run by a guy called Mr. Biffo, who still does game things now and then, I think. Like, he does a Digitizer show or whatever. I thought Digitizer was fine. I don't have really strong opinions about it. That's it. That's all I can say. And yes, the very final episode... Oh, that was the other thing. On teletext, you had a function called Reveal, where you could press it and it would reveal something that was hidden on the screen for you. I think it was like mostly used for like answers for quizzes so that you could keep it fair. But Digitizer used it a lot, and infamously, the very final episode of Digitizer that was broadcast had click reveal to see Turner the Worm being sick, which had Turner the Worm looking very phallic, throwing up some kind of white substance. You can figure the rest out from there. Anyway, I find it very unfair that they were slagging off. Cultural note: slagging off means to deride, to belittle. Were you slagging off my bird last night at the pub is an example sentence. SEGA Magazine, before it was even released, saying that people shouldn't believe anything they read in so-called official magazines. Also, I loved your Sonic 3 feature, so I was particularly offended by their comments on Sonic 3, saying that it is absolutely nothing new and no one should fall for Sega's hype this time, like Sonic 2. I mean, Sonic 3 is only 40% complete, for crying out loud. How can you pass judgment on a game that's not even half made yet? It makes me think that Nintendo paid Digitizer's wages. And as for teaching you a thing or two, I'm sure they could. They could teach you all about pitiful 2-page text reviews with no screenshots. It's teletext, what are they supposed to do? Oh no, streamer, I hope that poor... Yeah, that axolotl will be fine, don't worry about it. They could teach you all about crap. Ooh. We allowed to get away with that word? 5-year-old insults towards magazines that weren't even out when they insulted them. And most of all, they could teach you how to take bribes from Nintendo to underrate Sega's games. Oh, fucking tattletale over here. I now bring forward a few Digitizer quotes from this past year. Sell your Mega Drives. Burn those Sonic cartridges. Sonic has had his day. The Super NES walks all over the Mega Drive, etc., etc. No bull. These things were all actually said by the what, sorry? the Caculas themselves. Yes? Okay. Translator's note, question marks. And they say they're a multi-format computer magazine, not biased towards anyone. Sounds like it, eh? And as for you lot, keep up the good work. Count me as a regular reader from now on. Wow! If Digitizer want to lower themselves to such petty behaviour as having a pop at a gestating magazine, don't call it that. They can go ahead. We wouldn't stoop to that sort of level to reply. It would be completely unfair. After all, if any of them know their anatomies from their elbows, cultural note: this is a sanitized version of the phrase. He doesn't know his arse from his elbow, which means they don't know anything. They'd have a proper job. Jesus Christ. Instead of working on that ill-informed, outdated squandering of the cathode ray tube. Wow. Calculus, just call them see you next Tuesdays next time, mate. When I read in a recent Mean Machines mag that you were going to do a new mag, I awaited it with eager anticipation of a feast of great reviews and sneak previews of Sega games. Sure enough, after reading the mag from cover to cover, my hunger was well and truly satisfied. The mag is great. I particularly liked the showcases, very well written and nicely presented. The reviews, as always, were well done, precise and clearly laid out, great screenshots and loads of them. The spy shots section was brilliant too. What? I don't remember that. It looks like the Mega CD owners, like myself, are in for a treat for 94. Were you one of the richest kings of Europe? I sure as shit didn't have a Mega CD. I must admit that you have taken the Great Mean Machines recipe and added a few more ingredients and made MM look pale in comparison. I will definitely be ordering my copy of SM every month. Very well done, everyone. If you get any better, I agree, no one will need another Sega mag ever. Oh please, you're humbling us. Thanks for your words of praise, Nick. We really mean it, from the bottom of our collective heart. No, don't say another word. Thank you. You're lovely. Dear Sega Magazine, welcome to the rat race. Wow. Are you good enough to survive the cut and... I'm good. I'm fine. I'm alright. I'm good. Are you good enough to survive the cut and thrust of the Sega Magazine world? Of course you are. Your magazine is great, brilliant, up-to-date, well-written, and a pile of horse manure, except the last one. The best thing you have done is include showcases, which give the magazine real depth and provide the reader with value for money. I like a mag that gives you a lot to read, and yours does. Will you be doing a masterclass on a different game each month? The Sonic 3 book is excellent, a real scoop, as is Virtua Racing. When Sega give their backing, they don't muck about. There's nary a downer in sight, except maybe the fact that there's a definite lack of competitions. I wish to win more things, please. Perhaps you could give a game or summit to the best letter each month. Hint, hint. As far as I'm concerned, all the other magazine editors can curl up in the corner each month and say wibble till they become accountants. Your magazine is the best. Lack of competitions, you say? Well, just you wait, Buster, just you wait. You'll have competitions, alright, just as soon as we can be bothered. That is to say, just as soon as some good enough prizes head our way. You'll see competitions you could never dream of, like next month's Win Ragnarok, the Twilight of the Gods prize... What? Who up saying wibble? It's me, I'm the Wibble Sayer. When I first saw the advert for your mag, I thought, oh no, not another mag. But then I saw it was the official Sega mag. I thought, great, now I and thousands of others can get to see all the new games, which other mags have only written about, like Virtual Racing and Sonic 3 to name just a couple. I thoroughly enjoyed your showcase part. Your news section is quite interesting. Your tips are excellent, as well as your Sega spy shots. Also, will you keep giving away more gifts in the near future? Keep up the excellent work and keep them the same number of pages each month, and I will definitely be happy. Enough! Enough already! Who are we to demand such praise? What have we done to deserve such adulation? Oh, I remember now. Yes, alright. Worship away. The best one of them all. I always read it... No, This is probably a child. We can't make fun of them. I always read it Sega Excess. I'm not going to buy it anymore because this is now the best console magazine. This is the best one of them all. It has previewed games people have never heard of. It has been great from seeing the first issue. I hope the others will be as well. You know, Elias, that's all we hope too. Bless. What names have been censored out here? There's too many mags. Please eliminate 3. I saw the small passage on page 6 of issue 1 and decided to contribute to your wonderful mag. It's nice to see a respectful, honest magazine instead of some tripe by the name of... Maybe one of them is C&VG? Oh, no, I figured it out. C&VG and Sega Pro. Got it. The showcase part is unique and utterly superb. It offers great info and helped me a great deal in choosing my next game. Congratulations on the virtual racing preview. That's the first time I've actually seen proper screenshots of it. Another thing I noticed is that you're the first magazine to actually review Eternal Champions. Well done. Overall, you can say I'm a regular reader and that Sonic 3 book is smart. Fuck me, now the readers are doing it. Is this a plant? Did they put this in here? Please print this, as it's the first time I've ever written to a magazine, you can probably tell. Okay, so... okay, that's a please eliminate 3 is a little Simpsons quote that I think about a lot. I can't remember what episode it's in, but Grandpa Simpson is at his typewriter saying, "There are too many states these days. Please eliminate 3. I am not a crackpot." And I think about that a lot. But that actually was a problem because, like, this ate into the sales of Mean Machine Sega, and I bet they weren't fucking happy about it. Gosh, isn't it about time we had some evil poison... What? Poison dwarf write to us moaning about something? Or we've got a normal, well-adjusted readers being all kind and congratulating us on our lovely magazine. Thank you, Andrew. We're glad we saved you from buying a bad game, and we're happy you like our tone. But couldn't you have had a bit of a rant about the Menacer or something? I'm writing to you about the Mega CD. I bought one of these machines when they came out and I was totally disgusted to find that it has 64 colours on screen. This is pathetic. Why did they bring it out with this limited palette? The CDI, which I have now bought, oh, good, and CD32 both have masses of colours on screen and can display full screen, full colour video CD. There's no chance of the Mega CD doing this, even with this Cinepack trademark. Sega's attempts look awful. Well, we all hope you're happy with your CDI, David. Just think of all the... Oh, are you talking shit? Are you talking shit about the Sega CD... about the CDI? Isn't it time for some evil poison? Many are saying this. Just think of all the fun you must be having with those great games. Why, there's that encyclopedia. Or, oh, you know, that game. I'm sure there's been one game released for the CDI. Alright, whilst palette-wise the Mega CD is beaten by the CDI and CD32, when it comes to software support, oddly enough the most important consideration, the Mega CD is far and away the best CD console on the market. It might only have 64 colours, but it's also got a lot of great games, so stick that up your pipe and smoke it. Nah. Covers the CDI Tetris dog's ears. Good. Gotta learn them a ton about Scottsdale, Arizona. You're right. The Mega CD does not have Club Drive. It doesn't have fucking The Apprentice. You got nothing. I'm writing to you concerning a matter of utmost importance. There is a game shop where I go which is known for selling hideous, lurid 70s retro ties at the counter, obviously put there to tempt adults waiting in the queue with their kids in much the same way as sweets are placed by supermarket checkouts. The sight of balding fathers in cardigans, jumping up and down whining, "Please Johnny, please can I," to their embarrassed offspring is commonplace there. This, however, is old news. The real terror was when I walked past our local branch of What? Did you just want to talk shit about your game shop? Okay, fine. The real tale was when I walked past our local branch of Tie Rack at the railway station the other day. To my disgust, there they were, advertised in the window. Sonic ties. Is this some fiendish revenge plot on the shop I mentioned before to steal necktie business away from independent shop holders? Or is the whole video game scene simply a front for a nefarious cravat racket? And who wants to wear a Sonic tie to work? Inquiring minds want to know. Yes, readers, in order to satisfy our curiosity, there's a £10 prize for anyone sending in a photo of someone with a Sonic tie around their neck. What is bro on about? I don't know. Our team of scientists is still working on it. I was reading your magazine and I think it's ace, but I'm a bit worried about a couple of things. Ooh. Oh, Paul Greaves asking the real shit. First, because you're official, does that mean you have to write what Sega tells you? Or are you allowed to review games how you want? And does it mean you can only cover official Sega stuff and not any other games? I think your mag's great, but I would appreciate an answer to this as I'd like to know. Paul Greaves wants a review of Divine Ceiling. He's right to ask for it. Well, hell, Paul, we're glad you asked us. Glad that you didn't leave those nagging doubts to fester inside of you and turn malignant. As our integrity stands, yes, we're allowed to say what we like. There wouldn't be much point in the mag otherwise. People wouldn't be able to trust the reviews. So no one would buy it and the whole thing would have just been a big waste of time. Anyway, all the staff on SEGA Magazine have been working in this field for far too long to be swayed by anything other than their own honest opinion. In fact, I'll prove it. Altered Beast is a load of rubbish. Did you hear me? Rubbish, I said. See, I didn't not get hit by no lightning or nothing, governor. Kaboom. Altered Beast is good, actually. I really liked your first issue of your mag and thought that everything about it was great, especially the cover. Could we have a full-size photo of that ace picture of Shadow Yamoto? It was really dreamy and I'd like to be able to put it up on my wall, thanks. Unlucky, you'll get no such satisfaction out of us. Try going for a cold shower or a brisk run around the playing fields instead. That's a wanking joke. I'm just gonna leave that there. Sega comes to TV. First of all, I'd just like to say congratulations on a brilliant first issue. It's packed with really cool stuff. I can't wait for the Sonic 3 review now. Keep up the good work. Now on to the second point. I've been reading lots about this Sega TV satellite channel recently and wondered what it's going to be like and when it's going to be launched. Are you going to be able to play your games or play game with other people over the phone? How will it all work? Do you need a satellite dish? Please answer this letter, as no one else really seems to know anything about it. It was really dreamy, it's true. Well, the Sega Channel, as it'll be called, isn't launched until early next year, and even then that's only in 3 test sites in America to see how it works. Don't expect a full European launch this side of 1995. The channel works by broadcasting to a modem plugged into the Mega Drive and downloads demos of games. At the moment, it looks as though these demos will remain solely for the watching of. However, the modem itself, which probably won't be released over here, shame, will allow you to play games with people in another town or indeed country, should you possess the requisite fundage for such telecommunicational extravagance. It's a good start though, eh? Pedantic person puts pen to paper. Dear Lettuce Page, I would like to complain about the name Lettuce Page. I think it's crap and common, and I think you should call it Cabbage Crap Page, because it is unusual and much less boring. So if you could call it Cabbage Crap Page, I would be very happy. I am very pleased with this magazine, and it is the best magazine I've ever read, except for the name Lettuce Page. You most probably think I'm writing it just for the sake of it, but I'm not. I thought I might draw a picture of myself, as you can see how handsome I look. Where's the picture? Where's the picture? Show it! Oh ho ho, my, such a rapier wit. Cabbage crap page. Oh, pass the cotton, for my sides have surely split. The thing is, Lance, that lettuce page was just a one-off joke. Not a particularly funny one, mayhaps, but certainly more amusing than your admittedly unusual idea. Thank you for your pictures, both the one of you and the one of your dog. We haven't printed them because they were hopeless. Unless, of course, you really have got a face like a badly beaten potato, and your dog does have an accordion for a snap. Jeez, fucking hell. Chill out. My name is Stuart Beck, and I would like to know, is there a level select for Revenge of Shinobi for the Mega Drive? And if so, what is it? Please. No, there isn't. But hey, keep those letters coming, Stu. Commands for gamers. You can't play your Sega without it. Every month, only $2.25. Q&A. You know, Sega Magazine is the best informed... Please, I'm on my hands and knees. Stop calling it an organ. It's a magazine. Stop. Stop. Organ in the whole universe, except any of the better informed ones which don't involve Sega. But we just haven't got the space to put everything we know about games into the magazine. That's just how brill we are. So, should your gaming knowledge have a glaring gap, or should a puzzling lack of news on a piece of software or hardware be getting you down, this is the place for you. It's the place where we like to show off just how wonderful we are and how full are our brains, God this is hard to read, by answering all your problems. Well, the games related ones anyway. So if you've got a problem and no one else can help and you can find them, maybe you could write to the Q&A team. Don't send anything to that address. Thank you for not constantly using the word sad, yet nothing about the word smart. Curious. What advantages does being an official magazine offer to us, the readers? What games would you recommend to buy or save up for over the Christmas period? Is there any chance at all of a conversion of Elite 2 to the Mega Drive? When will Streets of Rage 3 be released? Do you think Star Trek will be released for the Mega Drive, and if so, when? So, did American magazines have this? This is actually a common thing in like EMAP magazines specifically. Like this happens in Mean Machines and Nintendo magazine system, where they have a separate letters page purely for questions. Was that a US thing? Just wait till they start overusing the word objectively. Okay. Nothing is impossible in the wonderful world of Sega Magazine, except getting rich to make a cup of coffee. Anyway, being an official Sega Magazine offers nothing to you, the reader, because you're not the official Sega Magazine, we are. Oh, no, really. What it means is that we'll get the exclusive news on products no one else has even an inkling about. Stuff that no other mags have even heard of, yet will make a big fuss over about 3 billion years after we've covered them. Because we can pick and choose what software we put in the mag, it means you'll only get the most exciting stuff with no mediocre filler games. Plus we have access to resources you just would not believe. Check out the Sonic Team interview this month. Deadlines permitting, oh. Whoops. And a string of other secret features in the pipeline. As for question 2, Eternal Champions, Virtual Racing and Sonic 3 are the ones to save up for. Try buying the reasonably priced micro machines if you can't wait though. Your dreams of space exploration are to no avail though, Ben, as neither Elite 2 nor Star Trek are currently in the Sega pipeline. Although Mega Drive and Mega CD versions of Star Trek The Next Generation are. Was there a Mega CD game? I don't think there was. Console yourself with the fact that we'll have a full review of Streets of Rage 3 sooner than you could believe. If the game's ready, we should have it in issue 4. Having just finished reading your excellent mag for the eighth time, I've come to the conclusion that SEGA Magazine is a truly spectacular magazine. Easily the best SEGA mag on the market, even pictures of Sonic 3 hurrah. But anyway, I have some SEGA type questions to ask you. Oh, your mag is great, it really is. What other titles are planned for the DSP or SVP chip? What size cartridge is Sonic 3 going to be? What's happening to the virtual reality headset and when is it coming out? Oh my god! They just rolled letters and Q&A together, that makes sense. Multiple people asking for Shadow Yamoto poster. I've got Street Fighter 2. Should I bother with Eternal Champions? Because it's tempting me, but I've got no money, so it'll be the last game I have for a while. Thank you for not constantly using the word sad, and thank you for a great mag. Hurry up and get a subscription page. Daniel, just for you, we've got a subs page in this very issue. Are we good to you or what? Anyway, to answer your queries, none have actually been announced as yet, although the idea is to branch the Sega Virtual Processor titles out into other genres, like shoot-em-ups and the whatnot. Never happened. The version of Sonic 3 reviewed this issue is 16 meg. Sega is still working on that at the moment, although a prototype is currently doing the rounds. Expect a UK release sometime in '94. Oh, not you as well! The frothing demand for Shadow Yamoto increases. Not if it's the last game you'll get for ages. Get some variety in your collection. Buy Mean Bean Machine or Toe Jam and Earl 2 or FIFA Soccer or Gunstar Heroes. Ooh, good choice. A female Inquisitor. Before I ask the question, I'd just lie to congratulate you on producing the best Sega magazine ever. It really is perfect. Will the following games be coming onto the Mega Drive or Mega CD? Sim City, Quick Snacks, Sim Earth and Slightly Magic. Any news on the VR system or Saturn? Oh, it is known to exist. Have you got any cheats for Sonic CD? Gosh, please don't be weird about this. Please don't. I'm covering my head in my hands. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Gosh, compliments off a girl. Hee hee, blush. Ahem, yes, well, anyway, SimCity, you say. I'm afraid that will... Oh. That will never see the light of day on a Sega machine. Didn't SimCity 2000 come out on the Saturn? I'm just saying. Sorry. As for the Saturn, its launch is drawing closer. Some rumours are predicting a late '94 Japanese release with a European 1995 delivery. Sega are remaining tight-lipped on the subject. And Sonic CD cheats? Ha! We've got loads of them. Sonic CD cheats coming out of our ears, that's us. And they should be in the tip section. If not, well, here's a taster. Press up, down, down, left, right and B for a level select. Yeah, to be fair. I mean, they wouldn't have known that, but it's still funny. Yeah, Quick Snacks is the... Is it a Pengo-like? I didn't know. The only Dizzy spin-off game I had was Bubble Dizzy. Is Mr. To The Point writes... Is Street Fighter 2 coming out on the Master System? If so, when? What's the best platform on the Mega Drive? On the Master System, what? What is the best platform on the Master System? Is Mortal Kombat worth buying on the Master System? Is Sonic 3 coming out on the Master System? If so, when? What is the best car racing game on the Master System? Well, to reply in as succinct a style as you favoured. No. The third one along in Sonic Chaos. Yes. No. Micro Machines when it comes out. A polite series of questions. Sorry, I've just... One, yes, but only in Brazil. Well, I've just read my copy of Sega Magazine and I think it is brilliant. What page are we on? 40. Okay, we've got like 60 pages to go. As I own both a Master System and a Mega Drive, your magazine is brilliant value. The style of your magazine is written in is superb, nice and clear. Maybe I'm the only one who sees the... Maybe I'm the only one who sees the typos. Maybe I'm like that kid in The Sixth Sense. Now I have a few questions I would like to ask. If Mortal Kombat is already converted to the Master System, then why can't Street Fighter 2? I've seen... Oh my god! I've seen a Street Fighter 2 Black Belt Edition arcade machine. Is this machine an official Capcom product? Will there ever be an Echo the Dolphin 2 game? When is Road Rash 3 going to be released, as EA seem to be bringing out superior versions of their old games every few months? I saw Mortal Kombat 2 on Games Master. Will it be released on the Mega Drive and Master System? P.S. Could you print a solution to New Zealand Story on the Master System? Oh, you poor child. That version sucks. Is SF2 coming to the MS? What's the best platformer? What's the meaning of life? Is there a god? If so, is he merciful? Did my dad really go to get a carton of milk and he's just taking the scenic route home? Deacon Theed, good. New Zealand Story mentioned, now we know it's a UK mag, yeah. Mentioned in the fucking worst version of the New Zealand Story. Thank you for your divine comments, Sir Mark. We would thus be delighted to answer your questions. 1, because I said so. 2, oh no, indeedy, this is one of the many pirate versions of the game doing the rounds. Often, these games are pretty much unplayable because some special moves are made impossible to block, dodge, survive one hit of. No, what are you talking about? Koryu is the tournament standard. Perhaps. Don't get your hopes up. Road Rash 3 is coming out for the 3DO system. If you want something by the same team on similar lines, examine the Skitchin preview this issue. You bet your bottom dollar, although not until late spring at the earliest. P.S. Surely thou jesteth. No guides for, Yeah, all the Master System was missing was Bomb Jack. I just read your first issue and I think it's brilliant. The tips section helped me a lot. Now there are a few questions I would like to ask. Please could you send me a review of Aladdin for the Mega Drive because I missed the issue of my former magazine it was in. When will you be reviewing Sonic 3 and will it be for all formats or just the Mega Drive? Will Sonic Chaos make it to the Mega Drive? What do you think of these games in this order? World of Illusion, Gynook, Shinobi 3, X-Men, Fatal Fury, Cool Spot, Ranger X and Sonic Spinball. I think your mag is Drill, keep it up. Ooh, Bangor Island. Sorry, old chum, but we can't reply personally to letters, otherwise we get no work done. However, you can find a potted review of Aladdin in our cartoon showcase this month. Your second question should have been answered by this month's cover, and we're sorry to tell you that there are no plans to convert any of the recent Sonic games to any other formats, at least for now. Question 3. Okay, so World of Illusion is good, Gynook is ace, Shinobi 3 is pretty good, X-Men is alright, Fatal Fury is not too bad, Cool Spot is smart. Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, no, I missed something. So, World of Illusion is good. Gynook is ace. Shinobi 3 is pretty good. X-Men is alright. Fatal Fury is not too bad. They missed one! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6. They missed one! There's only 7! There's only 7. Which? Oh, fuck. Did they just ignore one? Did they just miss one? We'll never know what they thought of those games. We'll never know. I have a few questions to ask. Is there going to be a Master System converter Mega Drive to the Master System? And if so, when and at what price? How come every magazine on this planet is a load of cack except for yours? Are you going to give away a tip and cheat book in your March edition? And can I and a mate come and see you in your publishing office? There's only one way to convert a Master System to a Mega Drive, and it's available already. Simply go to your nearest electrical retailer and buy a new Mega Drive, plus an inexpensive power-based converter. Bingo! Now the ability to play both Master System and Mega Drive games is yours, without even using your Master System. Coming round to your third probing inquiry, because we're ace. Scooting on to number 4, doubt it. And finally, only if you bribe us enough. No comment on Sonic Spinball. They didn't want to say anything because they've never got past level 2. Well done. SEGA Magazine is the best mag ever created, and I'll be buying every issue you make. Anyway, could you please print this letter and answer my questions? You're the best. I read your Sonic 3 book and I was amazed. The screenshots look fab. How fast does the game move compared to Sonic 2? In Sonic 2 I counted an amazing 10 layers of parallax on some levels. Does Sonic 3 exceed this? How many colours are on screen, and are the levels bigger than Sonic 2? I also noticed that you did a feature on virtual racing. Now I know the Mega Drive version uses a DSP chip, but how can the graphics look so good? If the Mega Drive can only display 64 colours on screen with poor polygon capabilities, and the arcade is 16 million colours and 180,000 polygons per second and at 30 frames per second, how does it look virtually identical? Huh? Does Sonic 3 pack a bigger challenge than Sonic 2? I hope so. My birthday is coming up in a few months' time, and I want to have a game. Fair. I have narrowed it down to Virtual Racing and Sonic 3. I'm only allowed one of these, so I will ask for your expert opinion. Which one would you have, and why, on the basis of graphics, sound and gameplay? And which one would last you the longest? What do you think of Gunstar Heroes, and how does the Mega Drive do the scrolling on the plane level? Sonic 2 has so many scrolls. Right, there's quite a lot of stuff to get through here, so we'll keep the answers as short as possible. 1. Yes, it's even faster, and the graphics are even better when they're moving. Amazing 10 layers, shmazing 10 layers. Even more colours, shmeven more colours. Bigger levels than Sonic 2, bigger levels than Sonic 2. I think you get the idea. No, I don't. What do those words mean? For starters, a lot of the delicate shading and detail of the arcade original is lost, and for finishers, the SVP chip is especially designed to vastly improve the Mega Drive's polygon handling abilities to a quite unprecedented level. Also, because the game moves so fast, it's very difficult to tell where the game loses frames or polygons from the arcade. Yes indeed, oh yes. What was that? Does Sonic 3 pack a bigger challenge? Okay. That's a pretty tough one. There's no doubting Sonic 3 is the best platform game ever on the Mega Drive, if not anywhere. However, the basic game is still quite easy to complete unless you go for all the Chaos Emeralds. By virtue of its 2-player challenge, Virtual Racing might just get it, but it's a very close run thing. Gunstar Heroes is absolutely ace, and it has all those fancy tricks and effects in it simply because the programmers, Treasure, are very clever. You resisted the urge to call them smart. Very clever indeed, and know loads of programming routines most people don't even believe in, just like the Tooth Fairy. That's why I fluffed the pronunciation dangerously close to a slur there. I wonder if Mark's parents were aware of how much virtual racing cost. Mark probably hid that information from his parents. Sonic 3. It's the hottest game at the moment, and we've played it to death. It's Sonic 3, of course, and here with the exclusive lowdown is that strange man known as Rad Automatic. Now, what time are we on? Okay. Treasure are privy to programming tricks most people don't even believe in. Yeah, that checks. Okay, we'll take a quick break for now because I need to just rest my throat a little. We got like how many pages? Oh no, I'm going too far. No, send me back. No, send me back. No. Yeah, we got like 70 pages left to go. We can probably do that. Not enough Ted Bundy lanyards, Rad Automatic on Sonic 3. Okay, we'll be right back, folks.
You can't escape. You can't escape. You can't escape. Second chance. You can't escape. Let's go. Second chance. You can't escape. showtime.
And we're back. I don't want to know what Rad Automatic thinks of Sonic 3 either, but this is the hand we have been dealt. How far would you trust a bald, fat scientist with a lightning bolt mustache and neat line in death traps? Especially if said doctor had something of a reputation for kidnapping the inhabitants of your beautiful homeworld and turning them into evil killing machines for use in his dastardly plot to take over the world? Well, you certainly wouldn't buy a used car from him, that's for certain. Knuckles the Echidna, guardian of the Chaos Emeralds, is, however, a rather more naive soul, willing to believe the best in everyone. Which is why when Robotnik spins him a line about how Sonic is really the evildoer in these parts, who's stolen the emeralds, and he, Robotnik, is a nice chap dedicated to saving the world, Knuckles falls for it. So when Knuckles espies Sonic rushing his way, fresh from rescuing the gems from Robotnik's evil clutches, he lays an ambush, nabbing the emeralds back and himself hurrying to return them to Robotnik. If only he knew Sonic was on his way to give Knuckles the jewels anyway. What? And Robotnik wants them to recharge his Death Egg war machine, crippled at the end of Sonic 2. Echidnae, eh? Intelligent higher life form, I don't think. All of these events leave Sonic in something of a quandary. On the one hand, Robotnik's evil plan must be stopped at all costs, but on the other hand, it's bath night, and if he doesn't get his little sidekick Tails home in time for tea tonight, his mom's going to go mad, and he can do quite without an angry two-tailed fox with a rolling pin on the warpath. Thank you very much. I knew it was a mistake to put Rad Automatic in charge. But the plucky young hedgehog is only momentarily distracted from his mission to rid Green Marble Zone Hill world of evil, figuring he's late back with Tails anyway and he'd rather take his chances against the giant Death Egg war machine than his sidekick's Mater any day. Thus begins another exciting day in the life of everyone's favourite hedgehog, unless of course you've got a pet hedgehog that sleeps in your bed and carries your slippers for you and jumps up to greet you when you come home, and everyone's favourite young two-tailed fox called Tails. Bobbinator, were you here for the last one? Where I'm pretty sure it was him. He wrote about Masters of Combat, and the entire intro was an extended joke about Defenders of the Earth. Defenders. Don't jump there, Sonic. You'll lose your essential momentum and never get up the other side. Hey, Sonic. Look out, pal. Watch where you're going already. Oof, yeah. Now look what you've done. Aye. I don't think Mr. Sega is going to be so happy when he sees what you've done to the lovely sign, young fella, me lad. Hedgehogs in the Hood. The events in Sonic 3 revolve around four main characters, with a liberal sprinkling of evil badniks to make up the numbers. Here, though, is an introduction to each of the main protagonists, who take centre stage in this drama. Yeah, you said the same thing then. Every time we open Sega Magazine, it's a gamble. Do we get one written by this guy or not? Dr. Robotnik, the only evil man on Sonic's home planet, but he tries his best to make up for it with a seemingly endless repertoire of insidious plots. Always manages to just escape before incurring a fatal comeuppance. Also proud owner of one mean bean machine. Sonic's loyal sidekick, Tails recently left school to pursue heroics full-time. Far from behind the wet behind the ears pup of Sonic 2. Tails now works alongside Sonic instead of merely chasing him around all the livelong day. Sonic, the star of the show and saviour of his homeworld. This is an older and much more experienced... What? What are you talking... It takes place minutes after Sonic. It's fine. It's whatever. No, we carry on. This is an older and more experienced Sonic than the fresh-faced youth we saw in the first outing. There's a more determined set to his posture, and why, it looks like he's put on a bit of weight too. Shut the fuck up, Rad Automatic. Knuckles. Whilst Knuckles is working for Robotnik, you can't really count him as an evil character. He's just a bit misguided. The otherwise happy-go-lucky Okay, I can see it. His Sonic 3 palette does look a bit purple. Whatever. We'll note the happy-go-lucky purple echidna will no doubt one day be converted to Sonic's cause, but has he done too much damage already? 10 minutes older. Smashing TVs has always been the Sonicster's chosen method of gathering bonuses, so it's hardly surprising to find that this is the way to help yourself to goodies in Sonic 3. However, there's a whole new array of bonuses to be had in this latest game, as our comprehensive list below testifies. Super Ring. Smashing this goggle box is worth a weighty 10 rings. Not bad at all, especially as collecting 100 rings in one stage reaps an extra life. Red Shoes. Not, in fact, a ballet film or a Kate Bush album. These super Teflon trainers allow Sonic to run even faster than usual and jump much further too. Invincibility. This power-up is pretty self-explanatory. A sparkling sheen of twinkles surrounds Sonic and protect him from all harm for a limited period of time. Ooh, Water Shield. Taking the place of the old one-hit shield are the 3 new variations. The Water Shield is the closest. What? This protects Sonic from running out of air underwater and from one hit, unless you remember to press the jump button repeatedly, which puts the shield in bounce mode, upon whence Sonic is invulnerable to damage, and this kills foes too. As with the Water Shield, this protects Sonic from one hit. However, pressing the jump button twice while encased in this shield turns Sonic into a living fireball, and he zooms across the screen in whichever direction he's facing, dealing death to anything his way, except Tails. We may as well do all the items like at the same time. Electricity Shield. Another one-hit wonder. The Electricity Shield possesses electromagnetic capabilities and thus draws rings towards Sonic, even though he may not normally have reached them. Pressing jump twice extends this force field to the tune of 4 projectile magnet sparks which shoot at... What? Okay, I sort of get it, but that's not how that works at all. Which shoot out, grabbing yet more rings. Extra life. Oddly enough, jumping on one of these sets bestows an extra life upon whichever of our heroes is the fortunate one. These are not very common TVs. Robotnik. Smashing one of these little devils does the same damage to Sonic or Tails as one hit from an enemy, so you lose all your rings, and if you've got any, and die if you've got none. Robotnik sets are usually placed in positions where they're almost impossible to avoid, unless you're quite skillful. Okay, so we've done Hedgehogs in the Hood. Toot Toot Sonic Warrior. They paid attention. In the prototype, you still get the scare cord and drown? Knuckles was pink movement in shambles after this. In the true Sonic tradition, both he and Tails have picked up a couple of new tricks since their last adventure, as well as their old abilities being updated. So for your delectation, may we present the complete, revised and unexpurgated guide to the moves and grooves of the Bluesome Twosome. As every fool should know now, Sonic curls into a ball when he jumps, making him deadly to enemies unless they happen to be covered in spikes, in which case any form of contact is fatal to poor old Sonny. No one calls him that. Pull down and press any button for a quick pull down the lever and press any button for a quick curled up rolling dash across the ground. This dash is also useful for attacking enemies. Pull down and press any button repeatedly to build up some extra speed for a mega fast spin dash. Very good for smashing through certain parts of the scenery. Pull down while Sonic is running to make him curl up into a ball and roll until he runs out of momentum. Identical to all intents and purposes to the spin dash. No, it's not. Almost impossible to avoid. Shows screen of Sonic standing still next to 2 of them, I know, right? Static Shield. This is a Sonic only move. Press the button once again while Sonic is jumping and he generates a field of static electricity which protects him from damage for a split second. Requires practice to actually be of any use. Yeah, okay. Sounds like a skill issue to me. Flight. This is a Tails only move. Press the jump button twice since Tails uses his spectacular rotor blade posterior adornments to lift himself into the air. Keep hammering the button and Tails flies higher until he finally runs out of energy. Remember to watch Tails' expression to see how weary he is. Poor kid. The Emerald Isle. Every other Sonic game has relied on the principle of collecting zillions of rings before completing a level to reach the special stage. No, what are you talking about? No! That's not how it works in Sonic 2, you Philistine! In Sonic 3, you only need to collect one ring, but it's a doozy alright. At least one Mega Ring is hidden in each stage, and it's up to Sonic to find it and jump through. From here, he's whisked to a magic stage where he has the chance to get his begloved paws on one of the 7 gems. Once more, we're treated to a rear view of our chums and a 3D environment. However, this time, the idea of the stage is to collect all the blue spheres, of which there are oft times over 100. Sadly though, these blue spheres are interspersed with evil red spheres. Touch one of these and you're whisked back into the main game. Empty-handed. And just to make life really difficult, a profusion of bumpers lie in wait for unsuspecting hedgehogs, ready to bounce Sonic back into the crimson orbs. And just in case you thought you could handle that, every time you grab a blue ball, it changes into a red one. Still, things aren't completely stacked against you. Some of the blue spheres are arranged in large squares. If you collect the spheres around the perimeter of all these spheres, all the spheres turn into rings, allowing Sonic to score hefty bonus points. Indeed, collect enough rings and you're awarded a whole continue. Core! This is the rather smart looking Chaos Emerald grabbing bonus section in all its glory. Take a shot. This here is the Bubblegum Machine bonus round. Pass a checkpoint with 50 rings to get here. Excuse me? In your mouth everywhere. With this being a Sonic game and everything, there is of course a benefit to collecting as many rings as you possibly can, apart from the standard extra life of 100 rings. Indeed, collecting just half this amount yields the greatest benefit. Pass through a stage marker while Sonic is carrying 50 rings or more, and you're transported to a special bonus level. Sonic starts off on a bed of strings at the bottom of the screen and is bounced off a giant bubblegum dispenser at the top. The idea is for Sonic to collide with the handle of the dispenser, thus causing a power-up-laden gumball to drop out. Collect this and the corresponding bonus is yours. However, once bounced upon, the springs at the bottom of the screen disappear, and Sonic has to use the plethora of bumpers flanking the tube. Unfortunately, every time he hits one of these, it disappears too, and as the supporting bumpers are chipped away, the bubblegum machine drops lower and lower, giving our blue pal less and less room to maneuver. But what prizes are on offer? Here, dear reader, is a full list. A random type of shield. You didn't pay much attention to the colours, did you, lads? What? These black India rubber efforts act as splendid springy trampolines for Sonic to bounce back up. Clear gumballs, obviously ones for health freaks. These chewy spheres have no effect either benevolent or malevolent. Ha! Mighty Tails doesn't need to swing on ropes thanks to his propeller posterior. Sonic and Tails deftly avoid a bombing. Sonic is in the protective cocoon of the new fire shield. Perfect. Send it to the printers. We're done. Sonic's environment has always provided more tests than the usual array of platforms, but Sonic 3 really goes overboard on the devices. Here is but a smattering of the multitude of marvellous mechanisms manifest in the manic Mega Drive mazes. Nice job. Cut and print. A bit like the Energizer unit used by the Evil Knievel toys of the late 70s. Your target audience is not gonna... Oh, whatever. This comprises of a robot hand which takes hold of Sonic's head to keep him in place, and a revolving wheel under Sonic's feet. As the wheel spins faster, Sonic accelerates until the hand lets go and he shoots off at warp speed. Oh, you know, you're right. Yeah, I think the drop-in scan of Clipping Zone was in one of the prototypes. These skeletal constructions revolve at high speed, but thanks to his much publicised powers of rapidity, Sonic is able to run the outside of them. Should he stop, however, he clings on for dear life by his little paws, sliding slowly down to the bottom. Simply sitting in one of these gaudy numbers, causes it to spin up or down the pole it's attached to, in liftular fashion. Sometimes the force of the spin is so great the cup becomes detached from the pole and hurtles Sonic through the air. Forget Hidden Palace Zone, we need to know about drop-in scan of Clipping Zone. A little like a wire tower having a lie down, these horizontal revolving chaps are very confusing, especially when it comes to dodging the spiky enemies who tend to hang around them like hard townies around a cheap supermarket. Sonic's amazing feet of fury come into play once again with the gyroscopes. These little fellows sit there and spin merrily to themselves until Sonic leaps aboard. The added momentum granted by our Hedgehog hero steps accelerate the gyroscope until it takes off. The faster Sonic walks, the higher the gyroscope goes, and by walking in the opposite direction, it's possible to change the course of the craft. Legends say that if you can get the ultimate 8th Chaos Emerald there, and the 9th, but not the 10th, maybe the 11th, we don't know for sure. Klaxons. These sensors look just like ordinary parts of scenery, but step between them and you trip an alarm which summons a flying Batnik patrol. Every time the klaxons are tripped, another flying enemy heads your way. Keeping the computer-controlled tails out of these can be pretty tricky. Must be one of Robotnik's speed traps I've heard so much about. Every so often, Sonic reaches a part of the game where there seems nowhere left to go. How to reach that topmost platform? How exactly to get to that underground cavern? The answer generally lies in spin switches. One quarter of these is usually visible above ground, and activating them is simplicity itself. Stop calling him Sonny! Needs to do is stand on the switch and try his turbo spin dash. The switch then revolves at speed, and the landscape raises or lowers itself according to your needs. See two-tailed fox, like a bird on the wing. Since his first appearance, Tails has mastered the flying abilities afforded him by his twin tails and their unique rotorblade-like bone structure. Why? Thanks to his newfound airborne expertise, Tails has added another useful skill to his repertoire. Now, once Tails is in the air and under human player control, he's able to carry Sonic over otherwise impassable chasms and up otherwise unscalable inclines. However, carrying such a heavy weight as Sonic means poor little Tails tires very quickly, so hit the buttons like the wind to get the air to safety before exhaustion takes a hold. Sonic 3 is equipped with a battery backup, which allows the player to save up to 6 different games at whatever level. However, it doesn't save your position in that level, or even which act of the level you made it to, simply the level. If you don't fancy taking advantage of this feature... I remember this was a point of contention in Sonic the Comic. It's possible to play a non-saved game. If you want to save a game but you've already got 6th position filled, you can still erase one of these and play on from the beginning. This is handy, as the game also saves how many continues and Chaos Emeralds you've saved, so if you haven't got many Emeralds you'll be wanting to start again. Intro bit. Even the intro to Sonic 3's title screen is impressive. First of all, a big 3D SEGA logo hovers into view. Then a small blue speck appears in the background, speeding towards the writing, before Sonic himself barrels through the text, sending it flying. People of a nervous disposition may find all this rather too exciting for their frail systems. The, oh. The split-screen two-player game, first unveiled in Sonic 2, makes a welcome return in this latest installment in the series. But now, instead of using courses from the game itself, players race across 5 laps of specially designed Mobius strip-type looping courses. There we go. And now, instead of having the choice between Sonic or Tails, each player has the run of 3 different characters: Sonic, Tails, not capitalized, or even Knuckles. And there's no problem if both players want the same character either, as the programmers have generously elected to allow racers to select matching characters. This is a pretty good job, as the 3 contestants move at different speeds, with Knuckles being slow and ponderous, Tails Mr. Medium Speed, and Sonic the fastest. This allows practiced Sonicophiles to handicap themselves when playing against rather less gifted players. Rude. There are also 3 different ways to play the split-screen game. The first is the Grand Prix option, where 2 players battle it out over the best of all 5 courses, with wins and losses being chalked up at the end of the tournament. If you haven't quite got the patience for a full 5-round game, the match option is for you, giving you the choice of which course to play and judging the winner on one single race. If you'd like to play the split-screen game but haven't got any friends... Rude. Perhaps the time attack may appeal to you. The object of this is simply to better the record times for each course. The battery backup on the cartridge saves all the best times, giving you a permanent record of your aceness. The end-of-level marker displaying the face of either Sonic or Robotnik is a common feature of Sonic games, and one which most players would probably not think twice about. But now, this seemingly harmless sign takes on a deadly new dimension. Well, actually, that's not strictly true. But now, when the sign drops from the skies, Sonic and Tails can spin into it, bouncing it back into the air and earning themselves 100 points. Skillful jumpers should be able to keep the post airborne for as long as they want, and rack up heaps of points. If you can jump into the sign quickly enough, you could even get a hidden power-up. Corks. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is reviewed on page 87. Hopefully not by our friend Rad. Trash your old footy game cartridge and find out what it's like to score a goal. Hold on, wait, let me fix this. I can fix this. There we go. Look at all those frames. I like that they don't show what the game is, but it's getting in the fucking bin anyway. It's clearly a non-EA game. I know that much. Thanks, Rad. That sucked shit. A lot of that felt like we have a word limit to reach, and I'm not reaching it. Hopefully my throat doesn't feel like a sack of razor blades by the time this is over. What page are we on? 52. Okay, I'm feeling confident. The sheer range of Mega Drive licensed cartoon character games is incredible, but which ones are the best? Jazz Rignall spent his entire Christmas holidays playing the lot, as though he needed to sort out the cream from the cheese. Ooh. The first Mickey Mouse Castle of Illusion, the first ever Mega Drive Disney game, caused a sensation when it was released in early 1991. At the time, decent platform games were very thin on the ground, and ones containing marvellous graphics and brilliant gameplay were even rarer. Then this came along, with its beautifully drawn, parallax scrolling landscapes and fabulous sprites, setting the standards for others to follow. Even today, Castle of Illusion looks great. Its only drawback is today's graphics, compression techniques, compaction if you will, allow programmers to make games that look just as good but have far longer playing areas. Mickey's 5 relatively short levels won't challenge platform experts for long. Mickey Mouse's second game was even more visually stunning, featuring an even bigger playing area and adding a new twist to the proceedings by introducing Donald Duck into the action as a controllable second character. In one-player mode, the game is good old platform fun, but in the simultaneous two-player mode, new puzzles are activated which require true cooperation from the players to solve. World of Illusion is definitely the best two-player platformer on the Mega Drive, and even with one player, takes some beating. You know what? It's nice to have Jazz back. I was missing him when reading whatever the fuck Rad was talking about. Disney's Duck with a Short Fuse has already appeared in 2 8-bit games, The Lucky Dime Caper and Deep Duck Trouble, but so far this is his first and only 16-bit adventure, and it's a good one too. The graphics are absolutely wonderful, with beautiful animation and many smart touches. Watch his expression when he has a Benny. Translator's note, Benny is like tantrum. The game is big, thoroughly enjoyable, and there are lots of original features and puzzles to solve. However, the pace of the action is slow, and therefore I'd recommend this to those who prefer their action sedate rather than speedy. We didn't know what we had until we got lost in Rad's twisted mind. It's true. After Mickey Mouse and Donald's previous adventures, the 1992 release of Ariel the Little Mermaid came as a bit of a disappointment. The graphics aren't as good as the previous Disney games, and the gameplay is aimed squarely at the younger generation. For kids it's fine, it's straightforward puzzles and goals nicely balanced to challenge the under 10s, but anyone older will find it too simple. Not to worry though, because there's plenty more fish in the sea. Wasn't that game by like Blue Sky Software or was that a Nova Trade game? I get the feeling it was. Rad is truly the Dexter Fletcher of SEGA Magazine. Very true. Like this prize catch, for example, Aladdin is visually astounding, which comes as no surprise when you learn that this is the first game ever to be put together with help from full-time Disney animators. The quality of the sprites is awesome, with beautiful animation and many neat touches, which look as though they've been lifted straight from the blockbusting film. The platform action is varied and fun, and there's plenty of challenges, as long as you don't play it on the lowest difficulty settings, you child. You absolute coward. Tailspin, oof. Baloo the Bear is no stranger to the Mega Drive. He's seen to appear in The Jungle Book, Virgin's forthcoming game of the classic Disney film, and has already starred in this conversion of Disney's popular TV cartoon series. The graphics are great, no they're not, with nicely detailed sprites and backdrops, and the gameplay with its mixture of shooting and platforming levels certainly deserves points for originality, damning with faint praise there. However, the controls are slow to respond to the player's commands, and they ultimately mar the enjoyment. Nova Logic! Oh, those guys, yeah. Finally, we come to the last Disney game, Fantasia, and quite a rare one it is too, since it was released for a limited time only and is no longer on sale. Interesting. Based on the epic cartoon film, the player takes control of Mickey Mouse and guides him in a quest to find musical notes across a variety of platform landscapes themed from scenes in the movie. The graphics are truly marvellous, but the sound is disappointing, and the quality of the gameplay isn't as good as other Mega Drive Disney tie-ins. The graphics are certainly not marvellous, you're not wrong. Psycho Tasmania. Psycho Taz is a great cartoon character. He stonks along, consuming everything in his path, and throws mega whirlwind fits at anything inedible. Ideal fodder for a console game, and Tasmania is indeed a thoroughly enjoyable platform romp. There are a couple of excellent twists, including a great runaway minecart section. And there's a vast playing area to wander around. The only problem is that the game isn't hard enough to keep platform experts challenged for long. Novices, though, will absolutely love it. Fuck you. I had to grind for continues on lives on that piece of shit game because of that fucking minecart. Oh god, I beat it and I fucking put it on eBay. It's a shame because I actually really like the soundtrack of that game. It tries to emulate, like, you know, a classic Looney Tunes short. Like, the music is more punctuating the action rather than being its own thing. But yeah, fuck me. That minecart section is terrible. 90s game writers and complaining that impossible games are too easy. Name a more iconic duo. I know, right? That happens so much. Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles: The Hyperstone Heist. Playing similarly to the arcade game. I mean, sort of, yeah. The Hyperstone Heist is a one or simultaneous two-player Streets of Rage style beat-em-up, which features all 4 turtles and all of their most famous enemies. The graphics and sound are great, but fun though the gameplay is, there's not enough in it to challenge beat-em-up players for long. Streets of Rage 2 is a much better option. I mean, you know, fair. Playing Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles Tournament Fighters. Playing similarly to Street Fighter 2 but featuring Turtles characters, this is an impressive looking beat-em-up which provides fun and challenge, but unfortunately this sector of the games marketplace is filled with high quality games, and when judged along with its competitors, Tournament Fighters comes forth after, in order, Street Fighter 2, Eternal Champions and Mortal Kombat. Mickey Mouse faces his most deadly adversary yet, but I can't work out what it is from this screenshot. Ouch! Ow! Oh, that's really rude. I'm not reading that. He wins the prize. The trophy is his. Ooh. Oh, wait, shit. This is Taz in his rather primary coloured Master System adventure. As you can see, he's just definitely avoided that charging ball. Tiny Toon Adventures, Buster's Hidden Treasure. Fabulous! That's one of many superlatives I could quite happily use to describe this wonderful game. With stunning graphics, brilliant sound and gameplay that's addictive, mega fun and filled with surprises and loads of neat touches, Buster's Hidden Treasure is one of the best Mega Drive platform games of all time. Wonderful stuff and well worth whopping your wad on. Don't say that. Aladdin features music by Tommy Tallarico, the most original and easily identifiable composer in the game space. It's easy to tell when he composed for a game. If a song isn't his, that's him. Thank you, Straw Bros. And Deacon Feet. Take a shot for calling that a beat-em-up, yep. Captain Planet is a decent enough bloke who makes sure that our lovely planet isn't ruined by factories spewing their obnoxious emissions and byproducts into the environment, but unfortunately his game is rather like the stuff he'd rather us be recycling. Low quality graphics, dreadful tunes, and fortunately forgettable gameplay all add up to a game that is, in my opinion, does not warrant purchase. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, we... Oh, Last Battle. What's this doing here? Well, the game is actually based on a Japanese manga film called Fist of the North Star. Yes! It had its name changed for US and UK release. It was one of the first Mega Drive games titles to be released, and now 4 years on, is beginning to look and feel dated. Still, it's now available at a wallet-cheering $14.99, and certainly provides enough fun and enjoyment to justify its tonk-sized price? What? Yeah, I was... they got the Last Battle Hokuto no Ken connection. I was not expecting that. And yeah, the Last Battle got an Amiga conversion. Somehow. Krusty's... Krusty's Super Fun House. Puzzle meets platforms in this unusual brain-taxing game which features all members of the Simpsons family in cameo roles. Destroying plagues of rats which have descended upon the eponymous abode of Krusty Old Krusty is the objective, and carrying and placing pieces of pipes, platforms and boxes in the right places is the solution. Sounds easy? It is of course not. In fact, it's very hard, which is good news for games players out there who reckon they can storm an average game in a couple of days. This will take longer than that. A lot longer. Poor old Ariel. Paul Davies fancies her, you know. The Simpsons, Dart versus the Space Mutants. Although interesting in premise, an arcade adventure. The arcade adventure is the term that would be used for games like Dizzy. With puzzle overtones and Simpsons-style humour, this lets itself down with 8-bit quality graphics, poor sound and over-fiddly gameplay. If the rough edges had been smoothed out, doubtless this would have been a fun game, but as it stands, even Simpsons fans will be disappointed. Did the Mega Drive version come out in the US on Mega Drive? I know the Master System version didn't. Although it's not exactly oozing with original features, containing platform cliches like a train section, an underwater level, and even an ice world, Flintstones is still a thoroughly enjoyable platform romp, which sports great graphics and varied gameplay. It's a bit on the easy side though, so those with dexterous digits won't be challenged for long, but anyone else will have a field day. Yeah. Krusty's Funhouse is probably the most competent Acclaim-era Simpsons game, and yeah, it's based on an Amiga puzzler. Yeah, that's kind of strange, right? They're recommending Last Battle over Hyperstone Heist. Honestly, Hyperstone Heist is my favourite Turtles brawler. I'm not gonna lie, that's my favourite. That's where I live. Because it's nice and short. But yeah, of course, Hokuto no Ken was very popular in Europe, as was Sailor Moon and what was the others? Dragon Ball, and I think Yu Yu Hakusho was as well, right? And Saint Seiya, of course, but not so much in the UK. So it's interesting to see it. Last Battle was made by Sega, Turtles wasn't. I think you cracked the code, Rage Quitter. Yeah, I would say Streets of Rage 2 is obviously better, but I would pick Hyperstone Heist over Last Battle. I don't think I've ever seen past the first world of Last Battle. That shit seems impossible. Anyway, the first Sega game to be turned into a full-blown cartoon series is, of course, Sonic the Hedgehog, who appears every Sunday morning on Channel 4. And jolly good it is too, with the series following the adventures of the Blue Spiky One and his cronies as they battle against Dr. Robotnik and his diabolical hordes. If you haven't seen it yet, snippets of the Excuse me? Snippets of the cartoon series had been included in Sonic CD. Otherwise, you'll just have to get out of your lazy bed on Sunday morning and tune in. Oh my god! Okay. Can you imagine if they replaced the Sonic CD intro with the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog 1 in game for the Western market? Oh, that's really good. Oh, I love that. Get to it, ROM hackers. I want to see fucking Bit Crushed Sally Acorn. Dude, the Satire intro, Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog intro, whichever. We did see this advert last time. It's just two Sonic Says PSAs. Oh yeah, this is kind of funny. First, I wet my hands and clean them thoroughly with OxyClean facial wash. Then I lather up some more and rub it all over my face. Okay, we need to go to the double view for this one. Hang on, wait. No, I'm fucking up. Hold on. Wait, no, I can fix this. Oh, shit. No, wait. Yes, okay. We've made it through quite a bit of it. We've done the two showcases. Then we got peripherals, and then we got some more showcases. I think my throat will live. Think you can handle us too? Hasta la vista, baby. We'll get you more than you bargained for. What does RoboCop say? I don't know. That's true. They did rename Amy to Sally Acorn. So what's the deal here? No, not fitting window. There we go. No, we're not planning our own world-dominating megalomaniac robot. We just reckon we've got you shoot 'em up fanatics licked when it comes to game choice and value for money. Dixon's has more stores in more towns than Skynet. Plus, we'll guarantee the best deals on Sega games with the price promise we'll always keep. If you can buy a game cheaper elsewhere, we'll refund the difference. RoboCop vs Terminator, Jungle Strike, Thunderhawk, Star Wars, you name them, we've got them, and at the keenest prices. It doesn't take a cyborg to recognise a bargain when he sees one. So in the immortal words of Arnie after he'd visited a Dixon store to pick up on the latest video games, I'll be back. So will you. Oh my god, wait, what the fuck is this? Oh my god, a Telstar double pack. Alien 3 and Predator 2, let's go! Hey you, did Granny send you a bit of Christmas cash which is currently burning a hole in your pocket? Well, that'll teach you to set light to your fivers. Quickly, use a nearby extinguisher to put out the blaze, then roll your eyes across the following 4 pages, in which will give you an informal education in those non-game purchases which your Sega console will still love you for. So each of these has a must-have ability factor. The smart 6-button controller. This smart take a shot pad features 6 fire buttons and an improved D-pad, which responds better than that of the original. It was released mainly for the benefit of Street Fighter 2 players, for which it really is a must, though its extra features are being used in new games like Ranger X. If there's one widget you should spend your Christmas cash on, this is it. Yes please. Don't talk like that. That is true. They've got some absolutely searing hot matte furnace jams. Predator 2 is a pretty interesting one, actually. The Arcade Power Stick 2. The top of the joystick range, which replaces the original arcade Power Stick. 6 buttons make it perfect for Street Fighter players who want the real arcade experience. Each button also has an adjustable auto-fire, so it's pretty good for shoot-em-ups too. The price makes it a bit of a luxury item though, $34.99, damn. Infrared 6-button joypads, huh? Is there a picture? No, there's no picture. Damn it. This is a most curious item. Basically, an infrared receiver plugs into the Mega Drive's joypad ports, and you can have a total control over the action, without any pesky cords getting in the way. What's more, you get 2 6-button joypads in the package. Very smart, and just as effective as the standard 6-button pad. I've got to believe that shit didn't work. Mega Stick. Ooh. Made for Sega by the famed Japanese joystick constructors ASCIIware, the Mega Stick is smaller than the Arcade Power Stick 2, but still quite chunky, so it makes a good tabletop or laptop stick. The control response, though not micro-switched, is good. Oh. And the buttons all have adjustable auto-fire. There's the usual slow motion feature, which isn't too useful. If you really prefer a joystick over a pad and you can't afford the arcade power stick, this is a good choice. SEGA Tap. This gadget plugs into one of your joypad ports and turns it into 4 joypad ports. This lets up to 4 people partake in Sega's recent sports titles such as Wimbledon Tennis, Ultimate Soccer, as well as Tengen's awesome Gauntlet 4. Yes! If there were more good 4-player games available, it would definitely be worth buying, but until then, EA's equivalent equipment is more tempting. Power Base Converter. This clever add-on plugs into your Mega Drive's cartridge slot and turns it into a Master System. Cynics may call this a retrograde step. Richard may call it intriguing. But all of you who upgraded from MS to Mega Drive will call it an absolute boon, because it lets you play all those old favourites like Kickoff and Impossible Mission. It accepts the old cards as well as cartridges, so hey, what more could you ask for? Really? Oh shit, it does take cards. I didn't know that. This updated version of the Power Base fits snugly over the bonnet of that sleek new Mega Drive 2. It still lets you play all your your favourite Master System games, and is therefore a boon if you upgraded from Master System status and still have a stack of old games. Oh my god! Wow! They fucking hated the Menacer. This chunky light gun controller comes with an infrared receiver box which sits atop the TV, a variety of gun bits such as a stock and a pair of rather cruddy binocular sights, and a cartridge of 6 shooting gallery games which provide a bit of simple fun on a rainy afternoon. You do also need 6 batteries, though they're not supplied. Jesus. Lack of good software prevented the Menacer from ever really taking off. Terminator 2 was the only other game ever produced, and it doesn't look like there'll be a whole lot more to come, although the forthcoming body count looks impressive, so this is only worth buying for a bit of novelty, and even then, only if you can find a pack of a reduced price of about £30. Damn. This new mouse is quite impressive and very easy to use. However, being very new, there aren't many titles programmed to accept it. The forthcoming body count is compatible, as is Populous 2 and Powermonger. Not an essential buy at the moment, but keep a lookout for new titles that support it. Oh, I have a light phaser. Console light guns have always been a bit of a novelty item which are released with 2 or 3 games, then pretty much forgotten about a year later. The Master System light phaser is no different, and while pointing your gun at the on-screen targets is fun for a short while, you'll soon be back to jumping Sonic around with your joypad. The gun comes packaged with a selection of pleasant target shooting games, but beyond that the selection of software is very limited. However, this is a pretty good buy because the conversion of the popular 3D shoot-'em-up coin-op is definitely the best light phaser game available on the Master System, and the whole package is no more expensive than a decent Master System cartridge. Honestly, there's some pretty good light phaser games. Rescue Mission's pretty interesting. If you like to sit at the other end of the room with from your Master System when you're playing, you'll probably find these joypad cables a bit of a bind. Well, no more, because these pads, which work like TV remote controls, send infrared commands to a receiver box on the top of the TV, letting you position yourself as far away from the screen as 20 feet. Plus, you don't get wires all over the floor. On the downside, you have to bump quite a few batteries into the back of the pad, which adds to the cost of what is basically a fairly pointless and none too cheap add-on. Hold on, wait a minute. What's this? I thought the infrared 6-button joypads were sick. Huh? What's that? Oh, shit. Yeah, 20 missiles left the base, 1 reached the city. That's all it takes, game over. Yeah, that's great. The joystick is designed for those of you who just can't get on with your standard control pads. Don't be put off by the strange shape. It's reasonably comfortable to hold, and the stick and buttons respond well, even though, like Sega's Mega Drive joysticks, they're not micro-switched. Not a bad old stick at all. Rapid Fire Unit. If you play a lot of shoot-em-ups, you may find the fire buttons on your poor old pad are getting a bit run down. Well, this gadget could save the day. It plugs between your pad and the console, and once activated, turns the signal from a held-down fire button into a steady stream of non-stop shots. Oh, that's interesting. So, like, it's like a pass-through, almost. A good idea. Yes, the TV tuner, let's go! Plug this into your Game Gear cartridge slot, extend the aerial, twiddle the tuning knob, and nothing because you forgot to switch the Game Gear on. With the juice on though, you've got the equivalent of one of those Diddy Casio colour TVs for about £20 less. A neat idea, but none too essential considering you'll probably never be able to watch a whole Saturday night's worth of telly before the batteries run out. Having trouble with your eyes and that weenie 3-inch screen? You could give this a go then. It's a magnifying lens which bolts onto the back of the Game Gear and covers the screen, making everything look bigger. It works, and it might even help your game playing if you're a bit short-sighted in the first place. The big problem for Game Gear owners is keeping their console going, because the backlighting on the colour screen drains batteries in mere hours. Hence, if you're playing with your GG at home, it's a good idea to run it off the mains, which is where the universal adapter comes in. Plug it into your nearest socket and 9 volts of DC current goes surging into your Game Gear, powering your gaming fun until the local power station melts down. Okay, what's fucked up though is there are 2 different adapters for the Game Gear. Like, I've tried to find one off eBay and they never fit in my Game Gear. I don't know where the fuck I found my Game Gear. Maybe I bought the wrong one. That old power problem solved once again. In the midst of those long, tiresome car journeys, you can enjoy a bit of Sonic-type entertainment by plugging this into the car's cigar lighter socket. Just don't let the driver have a go while you're still on the move. Yes! More power problems solved. This lets you use your Game Gear as it was meant to be used, i.e. on the move, without you having to take out a controlling interest in Everready. True, it's not super cheap, but the battery pack can be recharged over and over again, which is a bit more cost effective than buying 6 new batteries after every 4 hours of play. If you were rich enough to buy a TV tuner, chances are you may have a video cam... What? You may have a video camera knocking about the place somewhere as well. If so, you can connect the 2 up. Oh! What? You can connect the 2 up using this cable for instant full colour portable playback on those all day out of the way shoots. What? Did anyone ever use that? Oh yeah, Game Gears fucking break all the time. This is a good idea. Attach it to your cartridge slot and you can plug Master System cartridges into your Game Gear. Pretty good really, because although there are a lot of Game Gear titles which are the same as their Master System counterparts, there are loads of smart, take a shot, Master System games which are unavailable on the Game Gear, such as Impossible Mission and Gauntlet and RP... Oh my god, I don't want to think about playing a text-heavy game on a fucking Game Gear. Can you imagine? If you want to expand your software horizons at a stroke, this is a must. Be the first in your neighbourhood with the hottest Sega news. The very first copies of SEGA Magazine go to our subscribers. No more queuing at the newsagents. Subscribers' copies are guaranteed and are dispatched to your door absolutely free. When SEGA Magazine sells out, you won't be the laughing stock of your neighbourhood. Yes, I am an intelligent forward planner. Please send me the next 12 issues of SEGA Magazine and deliver them to my door at a vastly discounted price. The problem is that you're looking at MS games on the Game Gear screen. Someone out there did. Someone out there played through the entirety of Phantasy Star on their Game Gear, and they did it with, like, batteries. I know they did. That someone like that has to exist out there. We'll get back to where we were. I just needed to do this. See, so we get to see 3 versions of the Shadow Yamoto cover that everyone wants. To be fair, it's some pretty fucking good art. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty great. This is the spooky intro sequence. On the conveyor belt tonight, a cuddly toy, a kind of facial sauna thing, a vampire hunter. Cultural note, that's a reference to the Generation game, a quiz show in the UK. Eric poses impassively with his halberd. A dramatic scene here. You're so Vania. Castlevania? What a surprise. Oh, the Castlevania name is synonymous with classy platform action second to none. However, Konami have not seen fit to release a version for Sega consoles until now. Richard Ledbetter, thank God, investigates Castlevania, the new generation. On tonight's programme, Eric wears a hat, John wears a hat, and Dracula wears a hat. No, what are you talking about? The censorship is hilarious. when Eric dies, his spear flies off into space. That's the funniest shit ever. Castlevania, what a surprisingly apt name. The original game was, after all, about a castle in Transylvania. Mix up 2 key words there and Castlevania. Get it? Indeed, that self-same fortress makes up the entirety of Level 1 in Castlevania, the new generation. Many decades have passed since the last battle between Simon Belmont and Dracula. It is now 1917 and the Belmont bloodline continues in the form of 2 of Symes's descendants, John Morris and Eric Lacard. They have banded together to form an alliance against an evil countess called Elizabeth Hartley, who has travelled to Transylvania in order to resurrect the power of Dracula. Once again, the platform levels of Europe have been infested by the undead, and only our 2 heroes can save the day, and perhaps even the whole week if we're particularly fortunate. Please laugh at the comedy. So that's the fascinating storyline. What's the game like? It is rather similar to the Castlevania titles that have been released on other consoles, and there was even a Whoa! Jazz Rignall showing off. And there was even a limited release Castlevania coin-op too that no one apart from Jazz Rignall remembers. However, the Castlevania games have a history of incorporating extremely memorable set pieces. Levels that look totally new and extremely impressive. The Mega Drive game continues the tradition, but more of that later. The games also have a history of being extremely playable. Wow! Playable video games, can you imagine? Jazz Rignall Haunted Castle fan based. Based on what? I don't. That's a joke. The new generation is a remarkable Mega Drive release, heightening Konami's reputation as producers of excellent games. Take a look at the following pages to sample some of the wonder, and indeed the blood-chilling terror, that Castlevania has to offer. Double IE, it's the monstrous zombie ghost bone dragon, Cower in Fear, plop in your pants. Please don't. The Mega Drive hasn't got hardware scaling and rotation, has it? Well, actually, it has got the rotation bit. It's just that it is something a stunt. This is something a stunt that the graphics chip is able to pull off, and only the best programmers seem to know about it. Hidden tech inside the Mega Drive. Castlevania pulls off some utterly stunning rotation. As we say in our review, the Leaning Tower of Pisa is a particularly classic moment. Konami aren't the first programmers to use this particular hardware trick. No, that honour goes to Britain's very own Core Design. Fast establishing themselves as having some of the globe's greatest programmers amongst their number. Their rotating dinosaur in Chuck Rock 2, Son of Chuck, was the first example of playfield rotation on the Mega Drive, and it is a lot smoother than the effect in Castlevania, naturally. Actually. Crack Programmer's Treasure followed this stunt up in the now classic Gunstar Heroes. Check out our treasure feature this month. Ooh. So how does the Mega Drive pull off this trick? According to some Mega Drive programming friends of mine, it's to do with something known as an offset register in the Mega Drive's custom graphics chip that manipulates an on-screen image. Full 360-degree rotation isn't possible, but the effect is still excellent if used correctly. Only the best programmers have heard of it. The worst ones don't know that the Genesis can do it. True. And it's a lot smoother, actually. Chalk confirmed better than Castlevania. We do actually have Mode 7 skill issue, Sega to game devs. Weapons of destruction. Wall-mounted ornaments harbour deadly secrets in Castlevania. Lay into them with your weapon and they provide extra weapons for you to use in your fight against evil. When your primary weapon is fully powered up, collection of one of these tools gives you a powerful smart bomb weapon, as well as weapons for your specials box. The ornaments also provide some other useful commodities, as well as bags of coins, bonus points. The following power-ups reveal themselves. Axe. Not to be confused with Jimi Hendrix's guitar, this is an axe of the cutting variety. Holy water. A bit of... Talking shit on holy water? Okay. A bit of a duffer, actually, although when the flask explodes, the water shoots along the floor, attacking any meanies. Intriguing. Boomerang. Pretty smart. Lob one at the enemy and 2 hits are inflicted. It comes back, you see. Charge. The currently selected special weapon is given an extra charge with this helpful little icon. Invincibility. Pretty straightforward, actually. Temporary invulnerability. Mirror. Vampires can't see themselves in mirrors. However, this knowledge seems to be their undoing. Collect a mirror and every vampire meanie on screen explodes when confronted by this clear violation of the laws of physics. 1-up. Extra life. There aren't many of these about. In fact, we counted 3. And lo, it was written on the Castlevania introduction sequence that the Belmont family would be cursed forever, driven into eternal combat against the forces of darkness led by the evil Dracula. In truth, the Belmont had had a particularly bad time from that sinister blood-sucking agent of darkness. Simon Belmont was the first in the family to do battle with the demonic fiend, several times in fact. Then the torch was passed down to his son, Christopher Belmont. Wow! Acknowledgement to the Game Boy Castlevanias. He looked and moved exactly like Symes and used a whip as well. His descendants have found their way into Castlevania the new generation, and they're just a tad different. John Morris, 12th of December 1895, birthplace Texas, USA. Weapon, vampire killer. What can you say about Johnny Morris? When he's not doing voiceovers of amusing wildlife footage and lurking around zoos pretending to be a warden, he is in fact a highly trained vampire killer. His weapon, the Vampire Killer, is in fact a whip. It can be powered up several times until it is a lethal plasma weapon. His whip can be used as a swing to cross large gaps. Name, Eric Lacard. Born 3rd of May 1892. Birthplace, Segovia, Spain. The Alucard Spear. Eric's a tad older than John and it shows. His extra years being spent... Hold on. His extra years being spent getting to grips with a better weapon. With the aid of a spear, he's a very formidable presence, very capable and deadly in the right hands. He can power up and use his spear as a kind of pole vault, and the spear can also be twirled as a defense shield. Not surprisingly, the spear has also a better range than Morris's whip. He's so good that he can virtually complete the game by himself. Recommended to players who want to show off. They are showing off a bit, aren't they? Trans-European Express. Castlevania's 6 levels are spread across the mainland of Europe, beginning in Romania and ending up in Paris. At the Palace of Versailles, actually. Over to the 1917 equivalent of Magenta Divine to talk you through the... What? Magenta Divine to talk you through the sights of vampire-infested Europe. Level 1. The remains of Dracula's fortress are your first destination in your quest to purge Europe of Dracula's influence. This is an exceptionally simple level to complete, but gives you plenty of opportunity to get to grips with your chosen warrior, a werewolf whose howl breaks windows, bringing deadly glass down on you is the first boss to overcome. Get to the ruined peak of the fortress and confront an undead boss warrior in order to progress. Level 2. Then the second level of the game uses a totally new Mega Drive technical trick. The bottom half of the screen, the tide, mirrors exactly what the top half is doing. Do battle with minotaurs and watch out for the rising tide as you battle to reach the end of the level. Using your weapon, key parts of the scenery can be moved in order to progress. A nice addition to the gameplay. A vast underwater rock creature has to be defeated in order to move on. Level 3, Italy. Vampires have been sighted camping out on the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and it's down to either John or Eric to sort them out. The problem is, using their foul demonic ways, the tower itself has been possessed, and it uses its leaning powers to the utmost. Some utterly excellent playfield rotation makes this level the best in the entire game. However, beware, an enormous demon is awaiting you at the top of the tower, and he's not in the most sociable of moods, even for a foul demonic monstrosity from the underworld. This is the mega impressive Leaning Tower of Pisa. The wobbling effect is extremely good. Love me a good wobble. Germany, 1917. Towards the end of a bitter war, the Germans devoted a vast amount of resources into creating an effective industrial stronghold. However, the forces of evil have possessed one of the larger factories, and only you, in control of your vampire killer, can rid Germany of this foul plague. Again, smart graphics abound in this particular part of the game. The boss is particularly smart. Oh my god. And superbly animated automaton dedicated to ridding the world of vampire killers. Again, like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, there are some exceptionally smart graphics effects to behold. That was 3 in a single paragraph. Stop it. Stop it. I'm begging you. You're gonna kill my audience. Smart all the way down. Look everyone, it's John. The Palace of Versailles is the setting for level 5, and indeed level 6. Here the forces of evil have tried just about everything to keep you away from the evil countess. Even the foliage in the palace ground is alive with evil. Make your way through this level, doing battle with everything the enemy throw at you. Every graphical trick in the book is used in this penultimate level, including an all-new multimodal reflection technique, pictured. Where? That is... Are they... Wait, what? I think they're talking about the... Are they talking about the bit in the final stage? Did they fuck up? The Duncan game has made it so I can no longer see colours. An all-new multimodal reflection technique that sure is confusing to even the most experienced of platform players. Colour filters, never before seen on the Mega Drive, also find their way into this level, as do a veritable jamboree of bosses to fight your way through. I think they fucked up and they're talking about the final stage. We're going to leave this level a bit of a surprise for you to uncover should you decide to purchase this fine game. Suffice to say, the evil countess has bonded with the spirit of Dracula, and Eric and John have a somewhat difficult time in the inevitable final confrontation. Oh, the multi-mega, let's go. Multi-mega tech specs, here we go. Microprocessor, 2 Motorola 68,000 CPUs and a Z80 processor. Access time, less than a second. Take that, Neo Geo CD. Software, fully compatible with all Sega Mega Drive, Mega CD, Audio C, and CD plus G titles. Yes! Audio characteristics, 16-bit digital audio converter with 8 times internal oversampling digital filter, frequency range 20Hz to 20 kHz, signal to noise ratio less than 90 decibels at 1 kHz. Is that right? Yeah. No, more than, hold on. Is that more than or less than? That's more than. Okay, I think. Is it? Yes, more than. Over 90 decibels. Audio output, line out, mini jack, stereo headphone jack with volume control. Headphones optional. Battery power, Really? It only takes 2 AA's? Alkaline batteries recommended. Dimensions: width 7.8 inches, depth 5.5 inches, height 1.8 inches, weight 1.5 pounds. This isn't the Wonder Mega, I know. Access time: no. Loads video games. The all-new portable Multi-Mega is one of Sega's best-kept secrets. It's a Mega Drive, a Mega CD, and... Oh, I recognise that cartridge! I know what game that is. That's Eternal Champions, baby! It's a Mega Drive, a Mega CD, and a CD player, and it's utterly amazing. Sega Magazine was the only European publication invited to see the new machine before its premiere at the January Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. Richard Ledbetter brings you his report. The Multi-Mega oozes class. It's an exceptional piece of hardware design. Do they want to fuck the Multi-Mega? I'm just asking. The Sega Multi-Mega is an exceptionally smart piece of... God! Help me! Make them stop! They can't keep doing this! An exceptionally smart piece of kit. A compact multimedia game system packed into a portable CD-sized case. Within the sleek, black casing is a highly compact PCB, packed with the architecture of both the Mega Drive and Mega CD. It is totally compatible with every game for both systems, and can also be used with a vast range of different hardware peripherals. Can you use the Menacer with it? What's more, when you aren't using the system for all your video gaming needs, the Multi-Mega doubles up as a high-quality portable CD system. The machine has 2 very distinct modes. The music mode is for listening to your CDs whilst on the train or wherever. In this mode, power is taken from the 2 AA batteries, which you need to install. Wait, AA Walkman size? What? Of course, you can also use the Multi-Mega at home as a top-notch CD player. A line-out socket is fitted as standard. You can also save battery power by using an AC adapter. The game mode turns the Multi-Mega into a portable Mega Drive and Mega CD. Be aware that the system requires a lot of juice to run in this mode, so at this point you need to make use of the supplied AC adapter. Mega CD games are loaded by using the CD drive, and there's a special slot on top of the rear of the machine that allows you to use your Mega Drive cartridges. Also, I'm not taking my extremely expensive double video game console on the fucking train as a Walkman. I like that they keep calling it portable, even though, like, clearly you have to use it at home to play games on it. The Multi-Mega package looks very impressive indeed. Packed with the machine is one 6-button Sega joypad, an AC adapter, batteries, a stereo monitor cable, and a Mega CD title and Mega Drive cartridge. Specific titles that are bundled with the machine are yet to be announced, but Sega's European product director, Brian Giaffrato, assures us that the quality of the software will match the impressive nature of the machine. So, does anyone know what games it was bundled with? Can we get an answer on that? Sega are marketing the machine as an aspirational item. What? Excuse me? Aspirational? What? Huh? Designed to appeal to an older age group. Also, for that reason, stocks of the machine are strictly limited, yes! So if you want one, you'd better get saving now. The Multi-Mega will be released officially in April 1994. A price tag is yet to be confirmed, but will probably come in at around £350. Play on the fucking number 9 bus. Welcome to this month's edition of Budget Games, the area of the magazine dedicated to telling you about the top-class software available at that very nice budget price tag. This month, Richard Ledbetter investigates the cream of the Mega Drive crop, all available now for only $19.99. Ooh, Gynoog. Yes, I know that we covered Gynoog in last month's budget section, and yes, I know that Rad said in his article that it was excessively brilliant and well worth a look. Still, I just had to include Gynoog in my roundup because of the best Mega Drive releases, because quite simply, it is totally brilliant. It's one of the best sideways scrolling shooters available for any 16-bit console, featuring amazing graphics, fabulous sound, a real put it through the hi-fi job, Jesus Christ, and mega addictive gameplay. It is over a couple of years old, but the fact that I still play it now is a testament to its sheer playability and lastability. An audio-visual treat of absurdly enormous proportions and a damn fine blast, all for the piffling sum of 1999. Why are you still reading this? Get down to your local purveyor of fine software and invest in this classic cartridge immediately, if not sooner. I trust my point is clear. Aspirational items are generally expensive. Aspirational marketing generally targets people who don't have a lot of money as a what lifestyle you could have, and being rich enough to own a console. I can take on the fucking 64, the 84 to Boreham Wood is pretty aspirational. Also, immediately following up that with this budget game section is extremely funny, you're right. This game is a horizontally scrolling shoot-'em-up, similar in execution to the aging eSWAT, but based around the phenomenally unsuccessful Warren Beatty film, Dick Tracy. I must shamefully confess publicly here in the pages of SEGA Magazine that I did go to see the film in the cinema and thought it was utter rubbish. However, this Mega Drive version is actually rather good. I think Mr. Beatty still makes Dick Tracy films, specifically so no one else can make a Dick Tracy film. You control Dick Tracy, running about the cartoon-style streets using your combat skills and Tommy gun in order to rid the city of its resident punk population, destroy the end-of-level bosses and pump them for information so you can track down the evil and rather sinisterly monikered Big Boy. In terms of graphics and gameplay, Dick Tracy doesn't compare favourably with recent releases. However, there's no denying that the game is good fun and above all rather playable. A nice budget purchase. Ooh. Yeah. Road Avenger, that sounds right. Because I think the Mega... I can't remember if it was both the Mega CD 1 and 2, but definitely the Mega CD 2 had a Road Avenger bundle, which is almost certainly a better pick than Sewer Shark. Yes! Alicia Dragoon. In actual fact, this is a very impressive, highly playable platform game, with oodles of levels, loads of depth and a rock-hard challenge. You control the eponymous Alicia Dragoon, fantasy-type female with skimpy clothing, who has an intimate relationship with dragons. This basically means that when her land is threatened, she can count on their support as she traverses the platform levels, using various types of magic in order to dispose of the enemies. There are 3 different... No! There's 4! There's 4 buddies! There are 3 different dragons Alicia can use in her quest, each with their own specific strengths and weaknesses. All in all, then, a rather excellent little platform game, and you guessed it, a steal at the price. Hell yeah, that's a fucking good price for Oh yeah, there is a formatting error. This is another one of those, yes we know we covered it last month jobs, but I feel it is my duty to remind you that Revenge of Shinobi is one of the classic Mega Drive games, and not to own your own personal copy is tantamount to blasphemy. You guide Ace Ninja Dude, Joe Mushashi, spelled wrong, through multiple platform levels, kicking Shinola out to the evil Zed meanies who are bent on taking over the world. Revenge of Shinobi packs a mean challenge, is graphically excellent and boasts some of the best Mega Drive music ever, all this from one of the first Mega Drive releases ever. It compares very favourably with the recently released sequel Shinobi 3, and is highly advisable and indeed impressive buy. One of the best 1999s you'll ever spend. Duly noted. Wow! It just seems like yesterday, but I can still remember the national outcry in response to Sly Stallone's over-the-top and pretty rubbish really Rambo series of films. First Blood was alright, Rambo was intriguing, but Rambo 3 was total rubbish. Sly versus entire Afghanistan army and emerges victorious. You shut your mouth! First Blood rules! Rambo 3 kicks ass, what are you talking about? However, all this shooting stuff makes for fine video gaming action, and that is exactly what the Mega Drive version of Rambo 3 is. It is one of the oldest titles available for the machine, and it is very simple, but it is just excellent fun to play. Run around the scrolling levels, blasting enemy soldiers and rescuing our boys. Good stuff, and, you guessed it, a snip at the price. Yeah, I know, right? Why would you talk shit about First Blood? What's... A big Spider-Man fan, and think that just about every Spidey game released so far does little justice to the character and his abilities. This game is a pretty bad offender. Wow, talking shit. Spidey gets oh! No! Spidey gets molested by rats who drain his energy. Considering Spidey has superhuman strength, his punches have the concussive power of an exploding mortar shell. What? This seems a bit odd. Still, such propeller-head nitpickings become distant memories once you pick up the game and start playing. It's a platform action par excellence, with the player in control of Spidey, had to rid New York of the evil Kingpin and his murderous cohort. Quite tough and basically a good platform game that's worth investigation at the 20 quid price point. Yeah, the game is shit, but it's great. We've announced Ninja as hero. Every Capcom coin-op conversion for the Mega Drive has turned out to be utterly excellent, and Strider is no exception. Indeed, around 3 years ago, when this was first released, it was state-of-the-art platform gaming, cramming just about every feature of the coin-op. The game is still remarkably good today. You're this Strider bloke, right? And you're charged with the... No! No, that is not... It's fine. It's fine, I'm normal. Hang on. These budget game sections are always the worst. You're charged with the task of infiltrating communist-controlled Moscow somewhere in the future. Run around the platforms, using your gymnastic skills and enormous sword in order to dispose of the evil hordes. As you can see, the graphics are still remarkably good, and although it's a bit easy to complete, you'll still come back to this because it's such a joy to play. At $19.99, you'd be a fool to miss out on this one. So there's this bloke Strider, right? He's got a fucking sword. Strider Bloke is the name of Hughie's cousin in Strider Returns. Oh yeah, Spider-Man on the Mega Drive is like really ambitious, but man, it is a dog to play. Mercs, ooh, I'm constantly surprised at how brilliant Capcom coin-ops are, and how well they are converted onto the Mega Drive. This translation of Mercs is just about arcade perfect. The only difference is that the game is one player only. The arcade has simultaneous 3-player action. The actual gameplay though remains identical. What's more, it's even better than the coin-op. As well as the fabulous arcade mode, there's also a rock-hard original mode that really boosts that last ability. To be perfectly honest, Mercs is an absolutely astounding blast that must be bought. However, here's the bad news. According to my warehouse stock list, Sega have sold out of Mercs cartridges. Disaster. Well, there's only 4 it. Get down to your local software shop with $19.99 in your pocket and grab a copy of Mercs before they all sell out. Got that? Oh. Word on the street is they're getting rid of Mercs. Due to the spooky, scary, downright terrifying nature of this game, or is it the acting, and the sinister overtones of the whole Dracula scenario, it seems likely that Dracula Unleashed will be one of the first games to be hit with one of Sega's MA ratings. In case no one's explained this to you, this means the game is designed for a mature audience. In this case, it's likely over the age of 13. Whilst this isn't legally binding, everyone would prefer it if you preteens avoided buying this game in case you get upset. Let's check that actually. Did it get the MA rating? Sort of. It got MA 13. So there we go. We might skim over this one a bit. Love at first bite. Welcome to the latest Mega CD full motion video extravaganza, Dracula Unleashed. Richard Ledbetter clambers into a tweed suit, sprouts an enormous bushy handlebar mustache, and strides the evil vampire-infested streets of Victorian London. They're getting rid of Mercs, can't have shit in Grimsby. First of all, allow me to make one admission. I'm not really that keen on Mega CD full motion video games. With the notable exception of Sylphied, a lot of them seem linear and non-interactive. However, I do greatly admire the latest FMV release, Dracula Unleashed, is simply brilliant. Superb in a way I don't feel I have experienced before. Out of all the releases we've had in the office this month, Dracula Unleashed has aroused the most interest. As soon as we loaded it up, everyone in the Sega Magazine offices had to come over to check this one out. The full motion video is simply compulsive viewing. Yes, it is technically impressive, but the real reason for its attraction lies in its acting. Dracula Unleashed is laden with atrocious performances and incredibly bad dialogue. Check out our best scene analysis later on in this feature, making it utterly enthralling and very entertaining stuff. What's more, there's a game in there as well. An icon system similar but superior to Sherlock Holmes has been implemented and it works very well indeed. What's more, in terms of presentation, this game is brilliant. Dracula Unleashed covers all the bases extremely well. Check out the review later on in the magazine for the criticism. Stay here to learn more about this eerie game. It's a good game too. Oh yes, Dracula Unleashed does have some excellent, maybe unintentional moments of high amusement, but we must stress that it is a good game as well. Much thought is required to beat some of the puzzles, and the investigation, while similar in execution to Sherlock Holmes, is quite taxing and thought-provoking. What's more, that's the third time they've said that. You can alter the course of your investigation by making use of the inventory window. Sometimes the objects you put in your hand might influence the course of events. For example, at one point you're given a present to deliver. Put that in your hand and deliver it as you should, and you get a cross in return, essentially warding off the evil Dracula. Experimenting with this window and paying close attention to the FMV is essential, otherwise you might miss an important clue or lose an opportunity to get your hands on an important object or piece of evidence. The game is exceptionally well presented. What's particularly impressed me was the journal option. By accessing your journal after every encounter, you can write up the event. Very handy if you want to recheck some facts later on in your investigation. The game is very large as well. Dracula Unleashed is stored on 2 CDs, providing over a gigabyte of data. Best scenes. Whether intentional or not, Dracula Unleashed is hilarious. It has a very strange element of comedy about it. Sometimes it's the brilliant dialogue that has you on the floor. Other times it's the actors' interesting impersonations of English people that raise the occasional guffaw. In search of the elusive Dr. Seward, you enter the lunatic asylum. You can tell it's a... one of those, because there's a... Oh my god. There's a fat woman in the background trotting about with flowers in her hair, whooping inanely. As soon as Seward's assistant tells you to go away, he gets out a blackjack and whacks the lunatic woman over the head with it. The background noises have to be heard to be believed at this scene. As your character writes in his journal, Dr. Seward's loonies are acting up. Indeed. The cab. Get into any London cab and you have a most interesting discussion regarding your destination. However, the cabbie's voice is just utterly absurd, sounding even worse than Dick Van Dyke in Mary Poppins, or Mr. C in the Shaman's mega-hit Ebenezer Good. Happily, there's a variety of different cabbie voices to astound and indeed amaze. You start the game in the Hades Club, where for some reason you've been enrolled as a member. Enter the sinister Devlin Goldacre. You can tell he's a baddie owing to his twitching mustache and chilling disposition. If his speech about the Hades Club doesn't have you in stitches, his constant maniacal laughter will. Ahahaha. Death isn't usually a light matter. When you take a look at the corpse of Andrew Bowen, you are confronted with his face. Horrible, locked in sheer terror, and white as the odd bit of cloth stuffed in his hand. Apparently he died from fright, although from this evidence, 1 or 2 different ideas about his demise spring to mind. Yeah, no, the acting is pretty bad in this, I've heard. Victorian etiquette is thrown to the wind as your character Alexander Morris enters the home of Jonathan Harker, a person he's never met before, and proceeds to terrorise Mrs. Harker with tales of decapitated men with all their blood drained from them. Not surprisingly, Mr. Harker gets rather annoyed at you and chucks you out of his home. Enlisting Harker to defeat Drac is essential, so getting him so irritated early in the game is not that good an idea. However, it's unavoidable. Oh, okay. Do you get it? We're implying he died from a blowjob. Please laugh. Good. If you want to skip a level in this Christmas's big game, just press pause and enter ABBA. This teleports you instantly to the end of the level. Let's see if there's anything interesting. Oh, Cyborg Justice. Woof. Dragon's Fury. Fatal Fury. What the fuck? There's a way to perform an awesome power punch in this game. In one player mode, press A, B and C together when the fight starts and the punch is executed, causing an instant KO. Huh. There's some Mega CD cheats here. Hey! Time Gal! To give the temporal travelling girlie a hand, you can activate a level select. Okay. Wait, didn't they change all the passwords? Didn't they change the passwords from for the Western version? I get the feeling they did. Yeah, they've listed AD 666. These are Japanese codes. They won't work in the English ones. It's Gal from Time. Time Gal mentioned, yep. On the subject of Time Gal, by the way, we played Badlands last time. The opponent has figured out how to get MSX Badlands working, so expect that in the future. Let's see. No, I don't think there's anything massively interesting. I like that they don't explain what this one does. Go to the boxing generation screen and name your fighter The Beast. No explanation. Oh shit. Okay. They've got a full explanation of what all the flags do in Mortal Kombat. Nice. To prevent being caught by the police when you crash, instead of climbing back onto your bike, run down the road. Your bike will follow you, allowing you to climb on it after a safe distance and continue your journey. Interesting. No, I think we get to skip past a bunch of pages here, which works out for me. Fake Shinobi 3 code. Oh, does that not work? Is that just fictional? Oh, good start. I like that they don't tell you what some of these cheats do. That's funny. I forgot Marble Madness was on the Master System. Oh, they've got a full solution to the Tin Soldier mystery. Let's keep going. Here. Oh, hey. Okay, that's funny. They listed both sets. These codes will only work on the UK game. They are different from any import Japanese or American versions. Well, you know what? I'll give it to them. They can have that one. They redeemed themselves. Brian Schmidt not only read your coverage of the excellent soundtrack, sent me a really nice email. Oh, that's really nice. Warning, may not work in event of being chased by police in real life. Oh, is there a Deco CD? Yeah. They spelled it wrong. Okay, which one's gonna kill you first? Taking a shot every time you there's a typo, or every time they say the word smart? That's French for the echo. The Where's World Cup Italia 90? Hang on. I don't want to have missed something. I'm going the wrong way. That's fine. I've been bamboozled. Is Deco what happens when Echo becomes the CEO of Data East? I wish. I guess this isn't really in there. But World Cup Italia 90. To stop playing World Cup Italia 90, remove the cart and throw it out the window. True. Real. Teddy Boy. The game over screen appears and the awful music is playing. Now repeatedly press up, down, left and right until a continue screen appears. Oh, okay, yeah. If the group you're placed in is too tough or not tough enough, press the pause button. The screen then shows your team in a different group. Keep pressing pause until you're happy with the group. Rise of the Robots. Insert a pair of headphones into your SEGA Mega Drive. You will hear the voice of God through the headphones. Act accordingly. Oh, Time Gal UK. Yeah, it's in the... That's referring specifically to the Master System version, which I've never seen. Clearly, only the Smart Challenge kills you, because none of these are typos. They're Easter eggs to catch your attention. You're right. Okay, right. How many pages do we have left? 86. Hold on, let me figure this out. I'm going to do some maths here. 4. We've got like 24 pages to go. Okay, we can do this. They are what the cool kids call, I believe, engagement bait. True. Oh boy, okay, right. What a screenshot can't show is how vast each level is. One act is over 3 times as large as a similar act in Sonic 2. Getting the Chaos Emeralds involves finding at least one hidden secret room on each level. The phrase trying to find a needle in a haystack springs to mind. That doesn't come to 7. Well, I guess if you refer to each level as an act, then yes. If you're referring to the zones, though, you're missing a Chaos Emerald there, son. You know what's funny is that some of those collections, they don't have the World Cup Italia 90 selection music. They've got columns music. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 has to be one of the most eagerly awaited games of all time. The original Sonic game broke all sales records when it was released, providing a new generation of quality to Mega Drive software. Sonic 2 is twice the size with all new gorgeous graphics and a new pal for Sonic, miles, tails per hour. Sonic 2 broke all records again. Despite the hype that surrounds Sonic, we can honestly say with our hands on our hearts that the latest Sonic game is definitely the greatest in the series and sets new standards for Mega Drive platform adventures. The basic storyline is rather bizarre. After destroying Robotnik's Death Egg in Sonic 2, the evil Doctor crash lands on the floating island, an island in the sky supported by the power of the Chaos Emeralds. Robotnik tricks the island's guardian, Knuckles, a purple echidna, into believing that Sonic is trying to take over Island. While Sonic is busy dealing with Knuckles, Robotnik is repairing his evil Death Egg craft. As you can probably imagine, only Sonic, with some help from Tails, can stop Robotnik. Now ready yourself for the totally exclusive review and turn to page 41 for an 8-page showcase on this superlative title. The greatest special zone ever? Sonic 3's zone is set on a large rolling ball. Collect the blue balls I'm a child. And avoid the red. This is a brilliant part of the game. Very taxing on higher levels and graphically awesome. Even in the one-player mode, a second player can control Tails by using a pad in port 2. This is very useful as Tails is able to airlift Sonic out of trouble. A double tap of the jump button makes Tails fly. Sonic needs only jump towards his pal in order to get a lift. Aww. 3 different race variations. Oh, we've already explained that. We already know that. Oh, really? Your dad played a lot of columns, enough that he got fed up with Clotho, so he used to play it on mute. Every now and again I'd prank... Oh, that is excellent. Very good. What's the... Is it Clotho? No. It's not Clotho that's remixed in Columns 3, it's one of the other ones, right? I really like that version in Columns 3. I just cannot believe the sheer quality of this game. It is completely astounding. It goes without saying that the graphics are totally brilliant. Just check out our screenshots. And the sound? Well, that's fabulous too, with some thumping tunes and decent effects. Only decent. But it's the gameplay that makes Sonic 3 a winner. Each level is absolutely huge, each act is 3 times larger than a similar act in Sonic 2, and jam-packed with new features for Sonic and Tails to explore. The sheer depth is brilliant too. You can play the game in several different ways. You can rush through and see a tiny bit of each zone, and maybe even defeat Robotnik in a day. However, if you're a smart cookie, we're not counting that one, that doesn't count. You'll want to collect the Chaos Emeralds, locate the secret rooms, find the hidden power-ups. Amazing! The 2-player modes are the icing on this awesome cake. Yeah, sniped by the streamer and chat delay. Oh my... For his birthday, I made a mixed CD of in-jokey songs that only we'd find. A funk cover of an AC/DC song, nice. One of the songs was a UK garage bassline remix of Clotho. Oh, that is premium. That is beautiful. Thank you for sharing that, Tekken Feet. I haven't been this excited about a platform game in ages, but Sonic 3 really justifies leaping up and down being silly, as it's phenomenal. Graphically, this betters all previous Sonic efforts with large, well-defined sprites and incredible attention to detail throughout, but the visuals are massively upstaged by the gameplay. Playability-wise, this is probably the best platform game ever written. The levels are massive, and there's loads to do in each one. The game is absolutely stuffed with new ideas. Things get pretty rock-hard too, with the ice caverns of level 5 being particularly taxing. This is basically the video game equivalent of watching Jurassic Park? What? Hello? Yes? This is one game you've got to have. You'll still be playing it if you finish it 100 times. Hold on, wait. No, wrong way. I like that they used to list how many continues you'd get. That's good. Price to be announced, huh? As usual for a Sonic game, totally brilliant presentation. However, now there are multiple play options for 1 or 2 play. I don't understand what they mean by presentation. Is that like options? What? Graphics. It's a Sonic game, so it goes without saying that the visuals are brilliant. These are the best Sonic graphics yet. Look at them, they're beautiful. These Sonic graphics, just looking at them in a microscope. Sound. The music is brilliant, with sampled voices and instruments making this sound far superior to Sonic 2. Originality. Only 80. The basic format remains the same, yet the amount of new features is virtually incalculable. No one's figured it out. Rad was right. Rad writes this particular comment here, so watch out for him. Playability. All Sonic games play like a dream. Sonic 3 easily surpasses them all. It's absolutely brilliant to play. Challenge. Getting to Robotnik at the end is quite easy. Seeing everything the game has to offer will take ages. last ability. The game's sheer playability brings you back even if you have completed it. Chaos Emerald Collection is very tricky indeed. An amazing release and a serious contender for the Best Platform Game Ever award. Okay. So this is the Master System version of Streets of Rage 2. I don't think many people have really seen this. I do have a copy. I should play it properly sometime. Never trust a Mister. Anyone called Mr. Anything... Oh my god, this is a rad video. This is a rad review, isn't it? Anyone called Mr. Anything is quite obviously bad news. The last person who called himself Mr. in Twinkle's... What? What? Twinkle. Twinkles, what? Where did they get that from? Okay. The nefarious Mr. Big, even worse than the sad band he took his name from. Mr. Big's criminal empire took control of the city until he was killed by the three righteous heroes, Axel, Adam and Blaze. Now his successor, Mr. X, distant relative of Mr. Vane, has exactly the same thing in mind, and just to ensure those middling kids don't get in the way again, he's kidnapped Adam. Predictably though, you can't keep a good gang down, and soon Axel and Blaze are joined by Adam's little brother as they go on a hand-to-hand quest for justice in this conversion of the Mega Drive classic of the same name. Max the Giant might be missing from the character selection, but other than that, the programmer's promise is a faithful reconstruction. Streets of Rage 2 was the first 16 Mega Drive card to be released in this country, so porting it down onto the Master System is a rather ambitious feat, especially considering the quality of the Mega Drive visuals. Sadly, the transition proved too much for the poor old sprites, and they've hit the 8-bit looking scrappy and badly defined. The backgrounds, though, are actually pretty good, very detailed and atmospheric. However, all the features of its Big Daddy are here. Each character still has their statutory 2 special moves, accessed by pressing a direction plus the jump and attack buttons together, which cause mega damage to opponents but also minor damage to your character. Whilst this adds another dimension to the gameplay, often you'll only be able to pull off one special move regularly and the other one sporadically, which can be a real pain when you're lined up for one attack and you perform another right into the waiting fist of a boss. Master System Streets of Rage 2 does have one advantage over the Mega Drive version though, it's a lot faster, what? Even Axel, the slowest character, fair zips around the screen like his trews are on fire. That's probably trousers. However, with certain enemies it's possible... this makes the action that much more urgent and frenetic. However, with certain enemies it's possible to get trapped in a never-ending succession of knockdowns until you die, being hit whenever you even tried to stand up with no hope of escape. With better playtesting, this mistake could have been avoided. However, when it boils down to it, there isn't much competition for Streets of Rage 2. It's fast, it's enjoyable, and though it may be a bit limited and a teeny slice repetitive, it's still good fun to play. Time to tune back in for a normal stream full of things that are correct. Hey, what the... Oh, is it one of those where when you die it restarts the stage? Ouch. Now, actually, I think I know where they may have got that from. So, Sega Force, it was either Sega Force or Sega Power, released a mini novel based on Streets of Rage 2 and also Street Fighter 2. And I think that calls the big bad guy Mr. Big. And it calls the one from Streets of Rage 2 Mr. X. And then there's like a third one at the end called Mr. Brown. The Master System seems to be on a receiving end of a platform glut of late, although this last month has seen a turnaround in variety fortunes. Streets of Rage 2 is a welcome addition to the game's library, and although frustrating at times, it really is an enjoyable fist fest. The absence of a two-player mode is a real shame, but anyone who likes beat-em-ups should still go for this. I am an enormous fan of the Mega Drive version, I still play it even now, so I was quite keen to play this conversion. Obviously the system is limited, there are only ever 2 enemy sprites on screen. However, the game is enjoyable despite those annoyances. In terms of combat games, I prefer Masters of Combat. That's a fighting game, no! But this is one of the better progressive scrolling beat-em-ups. They don't even mention how that one guy got melted in a vat of boiling cocaine or whatever the fuck happened. You know what? I haven't changed from the pouting face. I'm going to keep it. This is how I feel. A number of options and faithful recreation of the original intro. So is it just like the title screen and the options they rate in presentation? Small and disappointing sprites, but the backgrounds are quite impressive. A good stab at the excellent Mega Drive tunes and alright if hissy effects. Wow, 15! In no way original, Streets of Rage 2 has been around ages and the format of the game even longer. A few annoying gameplay quirks and a little lack of variety, but generally good fun. Challenge. Piece of cake in easy mode, obviously, but pretty challenging on the top difficulty setting. Lastability. This is one of those games where you still wheel out after having completed a no mistake. Not an overly original and not jaw-droppingly impressive, but still a solid beat-em-up. Who was that guy who rated Gunstar Heroes low again? That was, I'm sorry. Has Aris's fury been summoned? Yeah, that sounds about right. Pumps the adrenaline to overload. Thunderhawk? Okay, whatever. The power of what? What is this? What is this symbol? What does it mean? Tell me. The savior of the Mega CD is here. Okay, whatever, buddy. You know what? Let's hold on. Wait. I can. Yeah. Her face over the skeleton. Yeah, perfect. How is it that the official Sega Magazine streams are where the streamer loses their mind the most? I don't know. I don't know why it keeps happening. I was like, oh no, this will be a fine stream. I won't go for 5 hours and lose my mind. Okay. Castlevania has something of a distinguished heritage. Every game to bear the name in the past has gone down as a classic, and its intriguing redefinition of the platform genre has caused many tributes to appear, the greatest being the utterly superb Master of Darkness on the Master System. Classic game, must buy. Now Konami has graced the Mega Drive with the latest in the series, Castlevania The New Generation. The platform action remains remarkably similar to the other games in the series. The player is cast as a vampire killer, linked in some way to the original stake wielder Simon Belmont. In this game, the game's characters are his descendants. Citation needed. You guide your character through the platform levels using your weapon on the foul hordes that make up the evil army of the master vampire himself, Dracula. The game actually gives you 2 characters to use in your quest for vampire eradication. The basic character is Johnny Morris, in his younger days before fronting popular children's program Animal Magic, a whip-wielding maniac empowered with the mystical body warmer from hell. His playmate is Eric Lacard, a flash git Spaniard with an enormous spear and a fetching cape of unknown origin. Although Castlevania is another platform game, the action is fast, slick and very compelling. There are 6 massive levels, although getting through to the final confrontation is quite simple owing to the game's password system, which effectively gives you an infinite number of continues. Oh, challenge ruined. Luckily, with two characters to complete the game with, along with the game's sheer playability, Castlevania The New Generation is still a creditable title. Not quite as slick and fab as Rocket Knight Adventures, but compelling nonetheless. No, you don't have infinite continues. You have 3, I think. Oops, wrong way. What? The best character is Eric Lacard, a Spaniard with a rather evil spear. God. Technical jargon alert. Konami's crack programmers have used every trick in the Mega Drive programming book, as well as the usual parallax scrolling and multiple stripe manipulations discussed in some length in the showcase. Look out for some rather strange new effects, including playfield rotation, intriguing raster interrupt manipulation, color filtering, and multimodal reflection sorting. You made those up. No, we haven't seen that word in a while, actually. Castlevania games in all their different incarnations on different systems. What? And I'm glad to say that the Mega Drive version is definitely one of the best. The graphics are a mixed bag. Some of the levels are quite sparse, others are utterly brilliant. The Leaning Tower of Pisa is something of a classic Mega Drive moment. The problem with the game is that, like the other Castlevania titles, it's a... Every time. It's a bit on the easy side. Oh wait, don't worry, you'll be able to take a shot in a second. However, at least Konami have added some smart features to bring you back for more, like having 2 characters and such like. Yes, another Konami classic, which is well worth investing in. Famously easy. Castlevania is certainly very imaginative and contains some of the best effects I've ever seen on the Mega Drive game. The bosses are all very impressive to look at, especially the Clockwork Man at the end of level 4. And some of the levels look incredible, with the Leaning Tower and weirdo perspective stages being particularly worthy of note. As it stands, this is a highly playable and thoroughly polished title, which just doesn't quite pack enough of a threat to decent games players. Clearly I'm not a decent games player. Please, we want a game like Movie Madness. A bit on the easy side, says the one guy in here who's played Haunted Castle. Some nice presentation. Some nice presentation screens, although the options screen and front end are quite basic. So when they say presentation, is it like the opening presentation? Is that what they mean? I guess it is. Graphics. Some of the visuals are a tad on the drab side. Others will have your eyes popping out of their sockets. Sound, 87. Soundtracks that could be described as rousing, along with excellent sound effects. Originality, 50. Very similar to the other Castlevania games in existence, but some very new original features contained in the format. Playability, 92. Excellent making use of the character's special abilities while take some while. Beating the game becomes a high priority. Challenge, not that challenging, owing to both passwords and continues, as well as a default easy difficulty. Did you just play it on easy? Is that what happened? 2 characters to beat the game with, along with a challenging normal mode. Ooh. Yet another credit to the Konami name. Castlevania is a smart, highly playable platform number which does merit purchase. Oh no! Oh, I know about that Deacon Theme. Oh. Right then, let's see you stream it, Richard. Rating games based on increasingly insane categories. 5 for philosophy, 2 for avocados, 7.4 on a lasting wistfulness that departs on the morning breeze. Doesn't kick you back to the title screen after getting hit once like our good old Specky and Miggy games. What a baby game. Anyway, I had to miss a lot of this stream, so I pledged to go back to it and take account of the number of times smart was written in these pages. The opponent, you do not have to do that. If you... It will be very funny, but you are under no pressure to do so. Anyway, here's Dragon's Revenge, everyone's favourite pinball game. The Dragon Lady is back, and this time she's mad. Remember her? She's the one who haunted the centre of the table in Dragon's Fury, widely regarded as the best pinball game on the Mega Drive. Well, now she's back on the road for interdimensional conquest, and only you and your supernatural pinball wizardry can stop her. The original game was actually converted to Mega Drive by the Thunder Force programmers at Technosoft. This time around, Tengen have done the programming themselves. They've kept the sinister supernatural theme of the original, and have provided a wider table with a few new tricks up its lanes. There are also 7 new bonus games, in which you have to release monsters and warriors for a big supernatural punch-up or something, which will decide who rules the universe for all eternity. They all look a bit silly, actually. Dragon's Revenge doesn't have the classy real pinball atmosphere of its forerunner. The graphics in the main game are reasonable, but tacky details abound. Most comical of all is when Mrs. Dragon Lady cries, "I'm free," and her face detaches itself in the centre of the table and goes for a wander around the screen, mouthing oohs and ahs, eerie, and yet a bit sad. Though Dragon's Revenge is fairly simple and the ball occasionally takes off at warp 10, it's still a reasonably enjoyable game of pinball, but it's got to be said that it doesn't have anything like the class of Dragon's Fury. Dragon's Revenge has a lot of targets on the table for you to knock down, so it plays quite well, but the edge is taken off by the comparatively naff graphics and sound. As I have often maintained, bigger is not necessarily better. Such a cliched proverb immediately springs to mind upon viewing Dragon's Revenge. It's not a bad pinball title, slightly better than Virtual Pinball in terms of playability, but nowhere near as smart as Sonic Spinball or the... That smart snuck in! I didn't realise I was saying it! Not as smart as Sonic Spinball or the original Dragon's Fury. Go for either of those titles before perusal of Dragon's Revenge. You know, I think this... we need to get... we need Alex from the Retro Pals to read this in his jester voice. Presentation. Lots of options, but the presentation is quite basic and not up to the standard of the original game. Graphics, mostly passable, but some of the sprites and bonus games look awful. Silly speech effects and a limp attempt at a hard rockin' background music. A couple of new features over the original, but some of them haven't come off too well. A few flaws, but it's generally okay to play, as long as the iffy presentation doesn't put you off. The skill shots and bonuses are mostly pretty easy to work out. You'll probably have most of the bonus games completed in a few days, but you could come back to improve your score. A reasonable pinball game which lacks the polish and realistic feel of Dragon's Fury. Oh, spin into Argos! Now in! Sonic Spinball, baby! Let's go! New, now over 160 top games at Argos Superstore. Who are you? Hello? We got an adoptable mascot here. Do you want, does anyone want this mascot? I'm pretty sure Argos isn't using them. Fuck me. The CD version of Chuck Rock. Chuck Rock? Kidnapped? The ransom note says it's the work of his evil rival, Brick Jagger, who's been trying to compete against the range of Stone Age automobiles that Chuck has invented. Now Brick's threatening to have Chuck strung up unless his wife, Ophelia, hands over the car plant to him. Chuck's newborn rugrat, Chuck Jr., isn't going to let them do this to his old man. With only his club to protect him, Jr. has escaped from the Rock residence and is, at this moment, crossing dangerous platform landscapes packed with dangerous animals and Jagger's henchmen in the search for Chuck Sr. No, that's the antagonist of... The thing is, the name of the bad guy in the first Chuck Rock is worse. The second favourite mascot of gaming hell. That is a vile and odious lie. Oh god, what is it? You know what, I'm gonna type it. Yeah, there we go. Clip the jester, beat me to it. Though this is another of those games that doesn't exactly make maximum use of the Mega CD's facilities. It's like tiny little factories in each of the CDs, you know. Everyone's reaction is the same when they hear that villain's name. Yeah, this was before all of that, by the way. Chuck Rock was like 91. Fuck video games. Why is Sega Magazine the source of like complete despair every time? Chuck 2 is an enjoyable platform game, which is much better than its forerunner, simply because there's more variety to the gameplay. True, the graphics and sound are noticeably superior too, but all the new gags, the wide range of levels, the puzzles, the bonus games, and the weird animal helpers make it much more fun. It's not an astonishingly difficult game, but that helps because it makes the games all the easier to get into, and fortunately, there are enough levels to sustain your interest for a fair while. I like it, and I'd especially recommend it to younger players. Core design. Quick, man, no! No! Okay. A new core design game is becoming something of an event. I mean, true, sort of. Although I'd seen this before in Cartridge Guys, I was still impressed. A special mention must go to the superb cartoon intro sequence. It's hilarious and utterly brilliant. It's a good thing that the game matches up to that classy presentation. Yes, it is remarkably similar to the kart game, but the game is just so much fun to play and so polished, you can't help but be drawn into it. Chuck Rock 2 is a fun, cute platformer that I have no hesitation in recommending on either kart or CD. Its only real competition is Sonic CD. That's better than this. Good save. But it's still very close. The two play sufficiently differently, so buy both. Thank you, Sega Mag Issue 2, for jokerifying every single one of us. Clip the jester, no! Presentation 92, reasonable set of options and an outstanding cartoon intro. Okay, so I've figured it out. When they say presentation, they mean like the opening presentation, the intro, the title screen, and options that you get. Excellent from start to finish. Lots of variety and comedy abounds in the sprite design. There's what's their name? Daisy the dinosaur? Dippy the dinosaur? One of those. Sound. Decent enough CD soundtracks, but all of them suit the action nicely. It's originality. It's another platform game, but there are some impressive innovations here. Very easy to get into and much more interesting to play than the original Chuck Rock. Pretty easy for about 10 levels, then it gets much tougher. Not incredibly difficult to play, but quantity of levels means that it's no pushover. A great platformer with lots of laughs, great graphics, and enjoyable action. The cartoon intro is one of the best on any Mega CD game to date, perhaps because Core hired a professional TV cartoon animator to put it together. Oh. I wonder who that was. It is a pretty good intro, to be fair. Oh. Wait, did it? Hold on, whoa, back up. 86. No, they tied. Exactly as good. Oh yeah, that's right. That one graphical effect is smoother in Chuck Rock. Clearly a superior game. Okay. Okay, this looks pretty good. The game's most frustrating point is definitely what has become known as the Dracula curfew. Stay out of the streets even a second after 10 PM. And your girlfriend, obviously possessed by Dracula, locates you and then gives you a rather lethal love bite. Getting around this is the game's first real puzzle. It's not easy. Deft object manipulation and a couple of cab rides are required. Dracula Unleashed is the latest title released by SEGA that incorporates full motion video, real film footage digitized and stored on CD. The game comes on 2 CDs, with the game's data taking up more than a gigabyte of storage space. Impressive. We must mention the effect that this game had on the SEGA Magazine staff when we first loaded it up. Everyone had to come over to check this out. The full motion video provided the largest volume of amusement the office had seen for some days. It was the game that everyone wanted to take home over the weekend. A couple of weeks on and Dracula Unleashed is still keeping us hooked to the Mega CD. It's a large, very impressive title that casts you as one Alexander Morris, who begins to investigate several mysterious deaths in the London area. Obviously, vampirism is a bit of a mystery to the game's characters. Headless corpses drained of blood, dead animals drained of blood, and people scared to death doesn't sound too mysterious to us. It's not long before you bump into old Dracula favourites. Jonathan Harker is there, as is Mina, spelled wrong, both obviously disturbed by the reappearance of their leech-like nemesis, also spelled wrong. Only by teaming up with Harker are you able to rid old London town of the filthy, hideous bloodsucker that is Dracula. But watch out, or you may turn out to be the next mysterious murder victim drained of blood. You would have thought they'd put 2 and 2 together and figure out that Alexander Morris and John Morris from Castlevania are related, but fucking whatever. More than a single gigabyte, the past is truly a different country. Dracula Unleashed is definitely the best full-motion video game I've played on the Mega CD. The Cinepack TM window is a lot larger and the graphics are far more impressive than those seen before. But is the actual footage that the... But it is the actual footage that is this game's best strength. The atrocious actors make the game incredibly entertaining. The entire office staff were crowded around my desk watching the plot unfold. This cliched dialogue and laughable acting are an unbeatable combination. The game is very similar to Sherlock Holmes, but the user interface has been substantially improved, allowing the player to alter the plot significantly. Dracula Unleashed has provided me with some of the best hours I've had on the Mega CD since the release of Sylpheed. Buy it. Anyone who gets particularly incensed by terrible acting and laughable accents would probably want to put their Mega CD through the window after playing this. Every dialect in the world, except the American Natch, is hopelessly murdered by the biggest load of hams this side of Pinky and Perky the pigs. Cultural note, Pinky and Perky were like pig puppets. family gathering. The game itself, however, is quite entertaining in a low-grade B-movie sort of way. The adventure is well structured and planned out thoroughly, and sometimes it takes a while before you can work out what you're supposed to do. However, it's impossible to take the game seriously when it features lines such as "decapitation is an horrible crime," and your character hangs out in the Hades Club. Still, if you're into adventuring, there's plenty for you here, and the reams of speech and FMV footage make it quite absorbing. Okay, we can. I've settled down a little now. There we go. I've recentered myself. Excellent. A talk through of the game's interface, decent cinepacked visuals, and some great presentation screens. Graphics, some Victorian-style still screens and the largest full-motion video screen yet seen on the Mega CD. Sound. Real sound to accompany the FMV pulled directly from the CD. Originality. The interface is very similar to Sherlock Holmes, but there aren't many games like this about. Playability. Instantly compelling owing to a strange combination of awful acting and brilliantly predictable dialogue. Challenge. Easy to get to grips with, but very difficult to see off the evil Dracula. Last ability. Once you've seen it all, the appeal quickly fades, but defeating the Master of Darkness should take some while. Overall, utterly addictive stuff and definitely the best full motion video title available for the Mega CD. Officially better than Castlevania Bloodlines. Just quickly, I'm just going to check how many pages we got left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're nearly at the end. We're so close. We're so close. Ah, shit. I kind of need the loo. I'll be like back in 2 minutes. As a man who's played every wrestling game ever, this is just another fucking Mega Drive WWE game. It's time for the Ringside Rumbles. This beat... No. No, I will maintain. We are so close to the end. We will make it. We will make it with our sanity intact. This beat-em-up sequel to WrestleMania, which appeared on the Mega Drive to some acclaim in 1992, provides more wrestlers, more moves, and the Rage in the Cage match, in which two WWF stars are locked inside the ring until one of them keels over. All your World Wrestling Federation favourites are here. Well, 20 of them anyway. Such stars as The Undertaker, he wasn't in Mega Drive WrestleMania, you'll recall, Bog Boss Man, Ted DiBiase, Macho Man Randy Savage, and the Head Shrinkers are available for your selectation in 1 or 2 player battle modes. That's a big caption just explaining the basics. The WWF action may look similar in execution to the other titles available for the Mega Drive already, but the presentation is better and there are loads more wrestlers. The 20 wrestlers all have a signature special move, just like real life. Most of these take the form of some kind of suplex derivative, or a climb up the turnbuckle and jump off maneuver, so there's not much to choose between them. Even the few which don't fall into that category aren't particularly exciting to watch or execute, which further exacerbates Rage in the Cage's slight blandness problem. Blah blah blah, match is coming. Oh shit! Having trouble making that tough decision about which wrestler to play as? Well, if it helps, you can check out their special moves in glorious full motion video, as filmed from the real WWF thing. Monochrome it may be, but it does look good nonetheless, and succeeds in bringing a feel of the sport to the game. Well, a little bit anyway. At least some use has been made of the Mega CD's mega storage capabilities. The full motion video is quite smart, and this game contains more WWF wrestlers than any other version in existence. So it all works out as being rather smart. Rather smart then, eh? Well, no, not really. The fact is that Mega Drive beat-em-ups have entered a whole new sphere of excellence since the release of Street Fighter II, and WWF is nowhere near as good in terms of playability. This does successfully capture the WWF atmosphere, so it will appeal to WWF fans, but I think that others will be disappointed. I don't quite know what to make of this because it seems to be competently programmed, but the plain fact is I just didn't enjoy it. The outcome of the game just depends too much on how fast you smash the buttons, and for one thing, smashing the buttons is not very comfortable on a joypad, and for another, my arm was completely knackered after a couple of matches. Even the different wrestlers didn't do much for me, because they only have one special move, and even they aren't that special. Consequently, I found Rage in the Cage just a mite too boring. Maybe if I was more of a WWF fan, I'd have enjoyed it more, because I think that's what this game really relies on. But I'm not a fan, and I didn't enjoy this, I'm afraid. Some smart bits of WWF FMV, and a decent array of options. The wrestler sprites are good copies of their real-life counterparts, and the animation is smart. No, we don't. No, I swear we don't say this. We don't talk like this. The pout is back. Suitably show-busy WWF-style type tunes for each wrestler. Good wrestler intro speeches too. It's almost the same as the first Mega Drive WWF game with more wrestlers and a couple of new moves. What about the Rage in the Cage? If you're into WWF, you'll probably enjoy playing as your musclesome heroes. Depends on how muscular your joypad wrist is, really. There's not much variety, but WWF lovers will enjoy pitting all those different wrestlers against each other. Whether or not you enjoy this game depends on whether or not you like WWF 79. The arrival of McDonald's Treasureland was eagerly awaited by the staff of SEGA Magazine for the simple fact that it is the project put together by the hot programming team at the moment, Treasure. These are the guys responsible for the classic platform shoot-em-up Gunstar Heroes, one of last month's Mega Drive releases of the month, rated at 94%. Therefore, to see what initially looks like a very ordinary platform game unfold before our eyes when we got the McDonald's cart was a tad disappointing. However, Treasureland has its own merits. For starters, although it is a tad derivative, the game is exceptionally decent to play. The graphics are bright and merry, and the strange umbrella-like device with which Ronald grabs onto platforms is quite impressive in the hands of inexperienced players. Ronnie also has infinite supplies of McDonald's magic on hand in order to duff up the myriad of foes that are intent on stopping his progress across the platform terrain. Just about every game of this type has boss creatures lurking at the end of each level, and McDonald's Treasureland Adventure is no exception. However, pure treasure magic unfolds here. The bosses are fab, definitely one of the highlights of the game. Treasureland isn't a totally ideal game. The action isn't as fast-paced, frenetic, or as enjoyable as the incredible Gunstar Heroes, and to be honest, the game isn't up there with the likes of Sonic 3, in Roman numerals for some reason, but it's good clean fun and worth checking out for younger players. Being programmed by Treasure, there's a high degree of technical competence exhibited in this game. The action is fast and smooth, with loads of technical tricks producing a game that looks quite original. The warping scaffold effect is particularly impressive. It's good clean fun, unlike the horrifically violent Sonic 3. Those plucky blighters at Treasure have managed to make a silk purse out of this sow's ear of a license. Given the evidence of Gunstar Heroes and now this, Treasure seem to have something of a lust for variety in their games, and McDonald's Treasureland benefits muchly because of this. This is a very good title, great fun, with a lot of innovations and clever effects, 76%. McDonald's Treasureland is a platform game, but it is in fact rather good. The action is exceptionally addictive. Treasureland offers brilliant graphics as well to back the decent gameplay. The only problem I can see about the game is the fact that it is easy. Perhaps if the password feature wasn't present, the game would offer more in the way of lastability. Man, this era really fucking hated passwords. Presentation. Slick presentation and a modicum of options, but nothing astoundingly exciting. Graphics. Clean backdrops and some gorgeous sprites. Treasureland's graphics are its best feature. The music ranges from decent to pretty depressing. The sound effects are rather good. The basic platform gameplay isn't very original, although some of the action has very original implementation, so which is it? Gradually getting more and more irate. They called it clever instead of smart. Yeah, you're right. Easy and quite addictive, Treasureland is moderately playable and quite entertaining. The game is quite challenging to begin with, but a few goes is all it takes to suss the action out. Very easy to complete for experienced players, with not a lot to bring you back to the game once it's all over. A technically proficient, enjoyably playable title, but not in the big league of platform games. A full month doesn't need to pass before you can get your hands on a brilliant SEGA magazine. Mean Machine SEGA! If you can't stand the agonising wait of a month for the next edition of SEGA Magazine, here's the perfect solution. Look out for Mean Machines SEGA, Britain's best-selling SEGA magazine. Available monthly, 2 weeks after SEGA Magazine. Mean Machines features the latest in news, previews and reviews. Mean Machines, from the makers of SEGA Magazine. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Okay, we're nearly done. My throat is giving out, but we're nearly done. It was a rough night for Eric, Olaf and Baylog. They spelled his name wrong, didn't they? editor just wanted to go home at this point. I want to go home, and I am home. Oh, okay. I've had to explain this term before. It's Shanghai gets its name from a person apparently, and not the place. From their beds in their little Viking village by alien zookeepers, the Croutonians are collecting creatures from different worlds to put in a zoo, and if our Viking heroes ever want to see home again, they've got to bust out of the alien spacecraft and somehow get it to drop them off over their home village. To escape from each section of the ship, the lads have to work together, using their individual skills to remove obstacles, Viking-eating beasts, and collect useful objects. Eric can run, jump, and smash down walls with his head, while Olaf can use his shield as a platform, a parachute, and surprisingly as a shield, and Balog just kills stuff. Exciting Lost Vikings action! When this came along, I was surprised to find it's good fun and the puzzles are cleverly thought out. The only problem I found was that some of the levels are quite long, and if you lose the one Viking who can solve the last puzzle just before the end, you have to start again from scratch. On the whole, though, this is, as Rich would almost certainly say, intriguing, and anyone who liked Lemmings should check it out with all haste. Lemmings? Is that? I don't want to be accused of being predictable, but I found Last Vikings to be your most intriguing product. Are they just fucking with each other at this point? The game is quite original and fun to play, but I just wasn't quite as hooked as Paul was. The game has some bizarre extremes. Sometimes it's way too tough, a lot of the time though the game is a breeze. Overall, I think that puzzle fans should definitely sort themselves out with this one, but there is little in here to appeal to people who are after super swift, mega playable arcade action. Yeah, 73 was the lowest score they could give without upsetting the publishers. That is... Oh, is this a Matt Furnish joint? Of course it was. Good. Yeah, 73% is the one that was often given. It was like, you can't go any lower than that. Nice intro sequence and in-game presentation is good. Controls can get a bit fiddly. Very smart sprites in good backgrounds, lots of colour and detail. Music surprisingly dancey for a puzzle game full of Vikings, but it's quite ear-friendly. I'm going to call all my music ear-friendly from now on. Lost Vikings has its roots in Lemmings. I mean, kind of? But it's one of the better derivatives. I mean, I can sort of see it, but not that much. Clever game design makes this very entertaining for puzzle fans. Gets tough surprisingly early on, lots of logical thinking required, loads of levels and they get super tough towards the end. A bit slower paced than Lemmings, recommended for puzzle game fans. Fuck that, I like music that's ear hostile. To get the best from your SEGA, get the best of Mean Machines out now. Not an official SEGA publication. Wait, hold on. I saw that. I know what that game is. I know what that is. She's done it again. She can't keep getting away with this. There's no escape. There's no escape. Okay. Special note, pictures with a white outline are from the Mega Drive version. A red surround indicates Master System screens. So I can sort of see what they've done. This is a little confusing, actually. Okay, my throat is starting to go, but we must continue. Based on the Lillehammer Winter Olympics, this officially licensed product enables 1 to 4 players. You know what? No, I can't be bothered. Blah blah blah. Here we go. I think the Master System version is more interesting. The Master System version of Winter Olympics is something of an achievement. In terms of graphics and gameplay, this 4 meg 8-bit game is every bit as good, in some events better, than the 16 meg Mega Drive game. The only thing that isn't quite as good is the presentation, but even that isn't bad at all. All 10 of the events contained in the Mega Drive version appear in the 8-bit game, and whilst the skiing events aren't quite as playable, episodes like the bobsleigh, luge and biathlon are significantly better to play than their 16-bit counterparts. That being the case, the SEGA Magazine team conclude that this isn't a bad Master System release at all. And although California Games still rules the multi-event scene, Winter Olympics is worth a look. The Winter Olympics are perfect material for a video game. Almost all of the events are fast-paced and exciting, which is why it's so perplexing that every event in this conversion is so cripplingly slow. What? The lack of any real skill needed for some of the events is unforgivable. A disappointing result from a potentially amazing and original license. What? It's quite remarkable that the 8-bit version of Winter Olympics is in many ways superior to the top-spec 16 meg Mega Drive cartridge. A lot of the events look almost identical, with some of the 8-bit events actually being more playable. However, if you're after a smart Master System sports sim, Olympic Gold and California Games are far superior. A great-looking, well-presented multi-event sport game lacking in the playability department. So they were kind of nice to the Master System version. Not great, although the bouncy music and effects serve their purpose. They're really cupping California Games balls. Make that a full replay every time. Every time Sonic 2 shows up. Tempting, but no, you know I'll have to pass. So, okay, this is Zombies Ain't My Neighbors, but I think it's important to note that it was just called Zombies in the UK. They felt that Ain't My Neighbors was too strong. One of the most refreshing games in quite some time, Zombies combines a sense of humour with extremely challenging gameplay. The actual game itself takes the form of a 3/4 overhead view shoot-'em-up maze game. Your job, and a friend's if you've got one to hand, is to scoot around the large, sprawling levels rescuing a number of hostages before the zombies of the title, or their mutant, alien, mummy, werewolf or vampire pals for that matter, get them. The more helpless neighbours you lose in one level, the fewer there are left in the next, until finally the undead legions of the netherworld eat everyone and it's game over. This all sounds rather simple, but there are loads of different enemies, and loads of different weapons which are more effective against some creatures than others. Plus, the level layouts get more and more complex, and you really have to think on your feet. Even the most experienced, hard-bitten player should take about at least a couple of weeks to crack this, even playing it constantly. There is a password system, but passwords are only handed out every 3 levels or so, and you lose all your power-ups and weapons when you restart, so the game still packs a huge taxation level. Action-packed and genuinely thrilling, Zombies is the one game Mega Drive owners should get their hands on this month. First encounter, early August. Long-term comments. Took yonks to complete and still comes down off the shelf even now. Oh, look at this! Is it as funny as Dracula Unleashed? Good question. Oh, that's a good point. They may not have. They may have changed the title because of the show Neighbours. Oh, good call. Reviewed last month and awarded a phenomenal 95%, the same as Zombies. This is the only real Eternal Champions is the only real contender to Street Fighter's crown on the Mega Drive. It follows pretty much the same basic premise: two combatants slug it out in 3 rounds of single combat. However, Eternal Champions also boasts a whole range of one-player training features, including the Danger Room, a high-tech arena where the player not only battles against a sentient foe, but also against a whole range of laser beams, buzzsaws, and other mechanical devices. The selection of characters in Eternal Champions is very broad, from puny-bodied alchemists with incredible magical powers to dim-witted cavemen who rely on brute strength to triumph. Thus, whatever your style of play, there'll be a character whose abilities suit you. There's tons of special moves to get to grips with, and not all of them are listed in the manual, oh no. So mastering each character is more than a matter of swatting up on the instructions. As a single-player game, this is probably the best beat-em-up on the market. It's challenging like you would not believe. However, when it comes to double-player time, Eternal Champions does lose out to Street Fighter 2. However, it's still worth getting, even if you already own the Capcom Classic. First encounter early November. Long-term comments, still as popular as it was when it first came in, said the writer, gun to their head. You know, you're absolutely right, Deacon Theed. I feel a little bad for Eternal Champions. I think the game looks great. I like its presentation. It's just not fun. I mean, I still need to put more time into it. I have heard that, like, the Mega CD version is better, and also that it has some completely fucked up and twisted combos. Because you got like that inner strength thing that limits how you use special moves. Well, if you get a combo long enough in the Mega CD version, you get infinite meter for a short while, so you can just go ham. Fucking microcosm. Lost its appeal fairly quickly thanks to a deluge of superior blasting titles and the fact that it is extremely easy. What the fuck are you talking about? No, it is not. Quite smart is one expression that springs to mind upon viewing the Mega CD title known as Lethal Enforcers. Is it? Is that the only expression that comes to mind, huh? Is that... Are you sure about that? I mean, yeah, that sounds about right. I'm fine. I'm normal. I'm okay. True, this latest Konami title is a bit pricey, thanks to the light gun included in the bundle. And true, if you want to play it in 2-player mode, you'll have to fork out yet more cash for another justifier, as the light guns are quaintly christened. However, when it comes to macho aggression fantasies and so forth, it's hard to beat the sheer thug-plugging shootout death action of Lethal Enforcers. If I make a video game, I'm gonna call it Death Action. The gameplay is as you'd expect from anything involved with the words light and gun. Simply shoot the multitude of killer baddies who pop up onto the screen or cunningly hide behind the scenery without maiming any of the innocent bystanders. However, the digitized graphics and sampled sound make this more exciting than your usual cartoon graphics firing range affair, and this is certainly a title for budding Harry Callahans everywhere. First encounter, early October. Long-term comments, lust for this has calmed down quite a bit, although 2-player shoot-ups are still enjoyable. Donald Duck 2 Game Gear review release of the month. Huh? Wait, what? Oh, I see. Oh, fuck me. Master System Desert Strike. I think that's like really expensive now. The frothing lust for this product will decreases. We've all lusted for lethal enforcers at least once in our lives, right? That was a wild summer. Okay. Wait, what? Oh my god, Desert Strike on Master System better than Castlevania Bloodlines. So yeah, Donald 2 is what they're calling Deep Duck Trouble. We saw it last time. I'm good. You know what? I'm fine. Don't be a monster Astro geek and miss out on the biggest happening for 65 million years. The big value footy mag with ideas years ahead of the rest. Oops, wrong button. Oh, have I fucked this all up? Are we good? Okay, we're good. The thing is, they don't mention the thing that's... I don't know if it's in the SNES version, but the Mega Drive and Mega CD versions of Lethal Enforcers make you replay a stage if you're not accurate enough or you kill too many civilians. Is that in the SNES? Is that in the SNES one? The football is officially going on forever. The Titans of Manchester fight the Giants of Liverpool, making them both seem normal size. Monster huge competitions which leave other sad mags in the shade. Massive new signings of football's biggest ever names. Top banana features with Europe's biggest stars. Okay. And yep, there's some prototype screenshots of Sonic 3 for some reason. The hottest exclusive. SEGA Magazine will bring you the first review of Virtual Racing on the Mega Drive. We'll have an in-depth feature on the game, interviews with the programmers, plus the complete specification of the stunning SEGA Virtual Processor chip. Also, with a brand new Virtual Fighting coin-op worth several £1,000s. I'd say it is, because no game exists with that name. SEGA Magazine Issue 3 out 15th of February. And yep, these are all prototype screenshots. He's running down the hill. I mean this in the lightest way possible, but man, it must be so difficult to be British in the 90s and not into sports. Yep, I can attest to that. Yep, no, it's true. You couldn't fucking escape it. Yeah, Virtua Fighters is one you see often. Virtua Fighting, that's a new one. Hold on. Wait. Hold on, I can fix this. I want to press this one. Yep. There we go. Super Kickoff 1, Flashback 1. They took the top spot by force. They'll take you by storm. Thanks, US Gold. Thanks, Out of Print Archive. Anyway, that's about as much. That is as much SEGA Magazine as I can take. But let's remember the good times. Let's remember when Arnie said "Hasta la vista, baby," thanks to Dixon's. Let's remember drop-in scan of clipping. Let's remember how smart everyone was here. And let's remember Buster's Hidden Treasure. It's a fast-paced platform game that is similar to Sonic, but better fun. Okay, let's remember the good times. Footage missing. It's time to end the stream in the traditional manner.
Any minute now, and it's gonna be Chomp City.
Clyde!
Not now. I'm getting ready to chomp pack.
But Clyde, there's something I think you ought to know.
What
Oh
is
shit,
it?
hang
I
on, wait.
think he's getting ready to...
There he is!
Any minute now, and it's gonna be Chomp City.
Clyde!
Not now. I'm getting ready to chomp pack.
But Clyde, there's something I think
Oh,
you ought to
you have
know.
a big Sega-related
What
announcement
is
to
it?
make? Go
I
ahead.
think he's getting ready
The,
to chop us.
The floor is yours. It'll appear on the screen.
I think I just caught Pac Jaws.
We're going on back to Reno. Ooh. Oh shit. Oh. You managed it. Sakura Wars 2 English patch. Let's go. You know what? Hang on, give us a minute. Is it? Okay, wait. Give me a minute. I can do something. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Give us a minute. The stream's going on just that tiny bit longer. If I do this, and I do, well, first off, I have to do this. In case you didn't see her earlier. There's the cat I was looking after. She was fine, she was normal. Okay, so add VLC video source. That should be alright. Don't loop it. Add files. Yeah, fuck it, we'll play it.
The dramatic adventure continues in Sakura Wars 2!
There we go. It's available in English now. Consider this a reward for enduring a wahoo. Thank you. Oh god. Oh god, it did. Is this the longest one? Is this the longest stream? You know, I actually showed it on stream before you even asked. I was just like, okay, fuck it, I'm downloading that video right now. 4 years in the god damn. Yes, incredible. I'm fine. I'm normal. Go download Sakura Wars 2. Why? Why are the Sega Magazine streams the most twisted? How does that keep happening? Why did they keep saying smart? What was any of that? None of us will ever be normal again, thanks to Sega Mag. Okay, no, I'm normal, I'm fine. Thanks for showing up, everyone. My voice is dying, but that's sure. You know what the funny thing is? I actually like brushed through like that issue, and I was like, oh, there's not too much here. Did the last 5 hours even happen? All I remember is the word smart. I'm not going to be smart after this. My IQ has decreased. My throat smarts. Yes, it does. Ah. Oh, I'm going to have some fucking buttercup syrup after this. Sega Mag UK issue 2 officially declared an info hazard. You've been holding that remark in for 2 hours. You have more restraint than some. Bless you. Oh boy. Passwords are bad. Okay. We'll have a nice normal stream next week. There will be no Sega magazine. I want something normal. No, that is a very kind offer, the opponent, but I could not put that upon anyone. That would be I would feel guilty. While I laugh and retch at the same time. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, I don't know what we're streaming next week. Maybe what we might do, that Technos collection is out this week. We might take a look at the arcade games on that. Either that, or we're going to do some fucking Arcade Archives catch-up, because it's been a while and we haven't played Dead Connection yet. And, you know, Arcade Archive streams are easy. I don't have to use my brain too much. I don't have to be smart. The opponent, you are welcome. I am happy to promote the Sakura Wars translations. Absolutely. Consider my stream your platform. IQ upgrade in progress. Yeah, anyway. Now to get back to work on Sakura Wars, that you are doing good work. Bless you. For me though, I'm gonna go sleep for a while. I'm not gonna think about Mega Drive games or smartness or any of the things we saw in the past 5 hours. Yeah, Pinball Action was this week. My guess is next week is Super Xevious. But I don't know. Yeah, that could go either way. They're doing a Namco month, so, and the teasers are, one game is super difficult, one game's never been ported to a home system, and one game's a sports game. So my prediction, after while lucid streaming, is Super Xevious, Blazer, and World Stadium. When Super Puzzle Bob. No, I've got to wait for my brain to cool down. But yeah, so probably Arcade Archives next week. I need time to recover from Sega Magazine. But thank you all so much for sticking around, despite what we were witness to. So you all take care. Bye bye.